Look at that god
Going
body.
way, keep going.
Look at that god body of a candle.
Now,
Jesus Christ. Look at that
short.
reversal. I'm gonna run a Tesla motor.
I gotta have it the right time.
Wow. Look at that god body of a candle. Can you believe that? Look at that. They've done nothing but blow up people's accounts. Look at that. Look at that Judas swing and look at that 2 candle Judas swing. What happened there? Let me turn on my newswire. Look at that. Do you see that? Look at what they just did just now. They pumped it, and gave it up again.
Dump it again.
This is disgusting. Now they want to dump it again. Look at that. Wow.
That's
This is
crazy.
disgusting. It's probably best we wait for confirmation, huh?
Rage of the machines.
Wow. Look
Yeah.
at that. Does anybody have any hints in regards to where these people are trying to go? Good morning, T. What's going on, Taylor?
I don't really have any hints, but I think my bias today was shorts off the rip. Like, I haven't played anything yet, but I think they want to go down a little lower. Everyone expects them to go up to 30,000, but I could see a little dump this morning.
Mm-hmm. Mm. Let's look. Let's look. And let's see. Mm. Mm. Look at the QQQ float around in no man's land. QQQ is floating in no man's land right now. It literally has zero objective. There's nothing here. It's just floating.
Yeah, so my fib takes it down to the -4 is Asia low on ES. So that's where I'm going to like at least look for.
Okay.
So Asia low on ES. Wait for them to take that out because I think they already took it out on NQ.
Asia low at 726. 29, 726. There?
Yeah.
Mm. Yeah, I see that. Mm. Mm. Spy has gone nowhere. QQQ and NQ have done a lot of destruction, and Spy has gone absolutely nowhere. Is that a double bottom?
Best to be, yeah, I see that. Best to be expected on Mondays, though, you know?
Yeah. They're about to attack this. This is bearish. They're about to attack. I don't think they want to go higher. I think these people are about to attack and go lower. But I need to get acclimated to my environment. The market's only been open for 9 minutes. It's best not to assume.
Yeah, that's why, like, let's just wait for
Right.
structure.
Wait. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait. Wait for some market structure.
Iran says 10 seconds ago, Iran says Hormuz won't return to pre-war conditions. Iran says the Strait of Hormuz will not return to its pre-war operating conditions, reinforcing its stance over the critical shipping route. Deputy Parliament Speaker Ali Nighzad said there is no military solution to reopening the strait and that only routes agreed by Iran and Oman will be recognized. Tehran maintains that vessels must follow the passage designated by Iran's armed forces. 45 seconds ago, hit wire. 76 on SPX. Oh my God. Goodness gracious, that's dangerous.
Yep, man, Trump's gonna fold. He's gonna fold on that Strait of Hormuz deal.
They're going to stall him out.
Yep.
They're going to stall him out. There's a 76 up here on this. This is dangerous. I just seen that. Student from Discord just alerted us to this. Watch out. There's a 76 up there on that goddamn SPX. They about to squeeze this and get this market up this ground. Watch out for that. You need to watch out for this. 1 hour FEG. I'm going to take a look at that. Watch out for that 76 though. Watch out. ES has equal highs higher. Let me look. We need to be looking at every reason on this to where they could potentially be going. They've done nothing now but go sideways.
Green candle right before.
I think they want to go higher to this. I think they're going to go higher to that and then go lower.
Yeah, I agree.
I think they're about to come to this. And then I think they're going to go lower. That's what my brain's telling me they're about to come to this and then they're going to go lower.
They're going to flash it quick as hell.
They're going to flash this shit fast as hell, watch. That's what my brain's telling me. But my brain's telling me that NQ does not want to go higher.
I think it's going to be a choppy zone for right now. Like, NVIDIA is staying,
They're about to
everybody,
come here.
all the stocks are like down barely or just
Yes.
break even. So it's going to be very indecisive right now.
Correct, exactly. Exactly. It's a stalemate. They're trying to decide which direction they want to go, and they're about to go. I think that they go right around this 950 macro. And I think that if you're wrong, you're going to blow up your account. Base hit, Native says. MNQ keeps rejecting over 5-minute FEG. Which one? A Sibi or a Bissy? Oh, you talking about this 5-minute Sibi right over here we keep rejecting from? And this one and this one? I think they're about to go higher with this market to come up here and fill this 76-point volume balance. That's what my brain's telling me, that they got business with that on the SPX and then they're going to go lower. That's what my mind's telling me right now. Where are the HVL levels at? We got to still be in deep positive. Let's see. HVL level is at Qs is at 708. Zero to T is at 716.
The VIX is only at 15.
Yeah. SPY is at, can hardly see it, but just how I like it. SPY is at 766. 0 to T is at 770. SPX is at, they're about to come up here and fill this SPX. I'm trying to tell you, they're about to come up here. SPX is at, we are in deep positive. 7 to 525. 0 to T is at 7655. They want to go higher with this. I don't think they want to go lower. I think they want to come up here and fill this 76. That's what my brain's telling me. My brain's telling me that they want to dump this, but they want to come here first. This is what my mind's telling me. They're forming LR right now. But LR can go like this, and then they do this. I would not short this. Not with this in mind, because they can still flip this on a dime and actually go bullish. There's too much risk to the downside right now without confirmation to short this. It's far more likely that they go higher first and then they go lower. You need to wait until this gets resolved.
If they go higher, with a green candle, get out, at the top of it, because it may turn red.
Right. I think these people got business higher. You said you think they go higher, Phantom?
Yeah, I believe they do.
Yeah, that's what I think too. I think they're about to squeeze this to go higher, fill that gap, and then once they do that, then they're gonna decide what they want to do. NQ is trying to dump, so you can't necessarily long this. Look. You see them? I think that they about to burst this higher and then dump. Who are you talking to? Phantom sounds like he's in space. That's Phantom from Discord.
See that? The green candle keeps backing up.
It's Phantom from Discord, buddy.
But we are going to head higher.
Who are you talking to? Pro said, who are you talking to? That's Phantom from Discord, man. Be on alert. There she blows. Man, they got this LR over here, boy. You know what this means. This is not something I would goof around with. They're flashing LR. And the only reason why I think they go higher is because of that 76. And I think that not everyone is looking at that. And I think that they're flashing what most would recognize as a bear flag here. And I think they're going to bounce this out of this 15-minute BISI and this 1 and 5 minute FVG cluster. What is that? This 1, 5, and 15-minute FVG cluster. And I think they're going to bounce this, come up over here, fill this FVG, and then they're going to dump this. I mean, fill this and balance over here like they're doing right now, like how I've been telling you. And then I think they're going to dump this. This is not something I would short. You see them trying to fill it? They reduced it from a 76 to a 63 now. You see that?
Yeah, see how the candles keep backing up.
They want to go higher. I don't think they want to go lower. They want to go higher. I think, I'm being dead serious. This is not something I would short. They reduced it from a 76 to a 63. They're trying to fill this right now out of this LR. That's what they're trying to do. I'm just letting you know. Be on alert. They want to go higher and not lower. They want to go higher and fill this. They left us 7 just now on the QQQ. Watch out. I still think they're trying to go higher. They might release this market and send SPY past 773. Watch out. Timestamp 950 macros on. But you're biased. There's no such thing as bias to me. Truly. But I get the
See
question.
how quick they dump that candle?
Were you in that store? I was.
Who the hell?
You were right, E.
With what? Did you see how they just filled this imbalance just now and then they dumped it? There is no bias. It's only just reading the market with what the market's doing. You see when they filled this imbalance over here and now it's gone on the chart? How they dumped it like that? You see that? That's the only reason why I think they was going higher. Now I think they want to go lower. The market doesn't have a bias. They don't care if it goes up or down. They're just going to a spot where they can fill it. Now I think they're getting ready to dump this like I've been telling you about. I do not think that we should be long in this. I'm being dead serious. But I'm a wait.
Like right after it filled that, it's just I don't know.
As soon as they filled this SPX started shitting the bed and it's starting to attack this LRLR over here that I was telling you about. You see this? As soon as they filled that shit over here, they started dumping this. You see that? That is not a coincidence. NQ is now going in the opposite of directions. I think these people got business here lower with this market. Watch out.
Is that not a double bottom on SPY or like I don't know? It looks like a double bottom, but
They want to dump. They don't want to go higher. They want to dump.
they just took out the double bottom. Never mind.
On that SPY? Yes, they did. They're about to dump this market. This is bearish. This is not something we should be long in. Watch out. This is serious. They left a 6-point volume balance over here on this Qs, which could work against you if they decide to green body shoot this and fill this. All right, you need to watch out. I think this market is bearish, and I don't think they want to go higher. I think these people want to go lower. But however, you be shorting inside of a 15-minute BISI, which is dangerous. You don't ever do that, just so you know. They just ate that entire candle up. They're still trying to determine which direction they want to go in with this QQQ, and I think they want to go lower. But it's best not to short inside a hole inside of a 15-minute BISI cluster. You don't want to do no shit like that. We have gone absolutely nowhere in 20 minutes. It's best we wait. They filled that imbalance and then they shit the bed. They're still trying to determine which direction they want to go in, you know. Let me pull up the Strix options account.
That's a perfect triple bottom on the SPY and the ES.
SPY and ES. Look at that, boy. They about to attack. And this NQ is rolling over like this.
NQ go fill the gap on Qs, and then they dump to go fill the triple bottom.
Look at this. This SPY is. I wonder if they want to come up here and pop this high first on the SPY and then attack. Bro, they're going to attack this low. I'm being dead serious about to attack that low. 150 ticks to the sell side on this is where. I need more meat on the bone for this than to just short this inside this hole like this. I'm gonna pull up this options on the options thing on Strix, and I'm gonna trade it on the options. Why? Because I think they want to go lower. I don't think they want to go higher. Not with this double bottom over here like this. They're about to attack this on the SPY. This market right now is trapped between this. Holy shit! Look at that perfect double bottom. Wow. This market right now is trapped between this double bottom and popping this high. If I short this, they'll do the most obvious thing, but in the least obvious way. Like they'll do this and they'll pop this high and then they'll roll it over and then they'll attack this. That's why I'm not shorting it right now. I gotta watch this. NQ is trying to dump, but EOS is trying to pop that high and then go lower.
I'll just let the Qs fill the gap and then we play it, you know. But I think they might dump.
I'm about to buy this put. I'm about to buy this put. That's what I'm about to do. I'm about to buy this damn SPY put. That's what I'm about to do. Hold on. Buy this damn QQQ put For what?
So why does it not register as a? I guess it's not a triple bottom. It's a
720.
double bottom.
720. 719. I put for 7. QQQ put for 719. Watch out. August 10th. Watch out. I'm about to buy this. I'm about to buy 25 719 puts right now on this QQQ. Buy long put. I buy. Why? Because I think they're getting ready to go lower. Watch out.
Bro, you said 719 SPY?
Nah, 719 QQQ put. I buy.
Oh, okay.
I'm getting 5 at a time and scaling in. I think they're going to dump this. I think they're going to attack this double bottom over here on the SPY. But SPY might come up here first. But I'm going to hold this. And I'm going to close it whenever they flash that low. I don't even really be trading options. So watch out. Look at the SPY trying to come up here to pop this high from Friday. SPY wants to pop this high from Friday and then go lower. Use 0 to T on this new prop firm that I got. This new prop firm that's partnered with Discord, where like you can hold positions overnight. So like you can hold positions overnight. You can like there's no consistency. Yeah. What'd you think?
Strict options.
Huh?
I checked them out already. Strict.
Yeah, Strix. Yeah. What'd you think? Was it okay? What's your honest take? Anyway, they don't have any consistency rule for some of the accounts. You could have an unlimited amount of funded accounts.
10.12.
Yeah, I see that. You can have an unlimited amount of funded accounts. And they have a built-in copy trader. And you can trade NVIDIA or stock options if you wanted to. You can do anything. I'm being dead serious. It's crazy. This short is dangerous because you're shorting inside of 15-minute busy. That's why I'm shorting on the options account and I'm not shorting on my real account where it really matters. And that you can see. I'm not going to short into a 15-minute busy on my real funded accounts. I'm not going to do that. That's not something that I'm going to do. Why? Because my rule says don't do that. I'm not monitoring that 0 to T position. I have a hunch that they're going to go lower, but they don't have to go lower. I have a hunch. That they want to go lower overall, so I'm going to hold this. Watch out. I think these people want to go lower after they pop this high here, which was my fear. My fear said if I shorted this 5 minutes ago, that they was going to come up here and pop this high. That's what they're about to do. That's why I have this alert set here. Good job, Potato. In my opinion, they'll probably make an attempt to go for London highs, then consolidate in the middle like they did on Friday. Potato says from Discord. Where should I start trading at? Paper on TradingView. And you need to, and your paper account needs to mimic the exact same rules of Blackstar. Your paper account needs to mimic the exact same rules of the account that you aspire to excel at in the prop firm. So if you're thinking about trading with Top Step, you need to go to Top Step's FAQ and you need to write down all of those rules and you need to trade on paper just like how you would on a funded account with that. If you want to get an Apex account, you need to trade and practice under those same rules and regulations. So if you lose $2,000 on a paper trading account, you need to look at it as though that you literally blew that account. You need to write that down, and that's not good. If you're gonna buy a $150K account, and if you lose $5,000 or whatever it is, then you need to look at it as though you blew that account on paper. I don't think that as a trader, you're seriously ready to accomplish everything it is that you're trying to accomplish as a trader if you have only one strategy or two strategies and they're all long dependent or they're all short dependent. You need to be indifferent to if the market goes up or down. Or you need to have a strategy that you're willing to wait on when the market goes down, for example, or if it goes higher. If not, then you truly can't accomplish everything it is that you're trying to accomplish, because what's going to happen is you'll always experience the need for FOMO because you'll think that you're going to miss out on your quote unquote strategy. That is a fact. Because if you only have, because if your strategy only calls for longs and you see that your long trade is getting ready to run away, then you're going to chase it. But if you don't care if that goes up or down, you're willing to wait. And whenever you're willing to wait, it's miraculous how much more money you can make with the market. Why? Because you're not forcing it. They're about to burst this high and turn this market bullish. Timestamp 10:03. Market's been open for 33 minutes. They've done a whole bunch of nothing. We are damn near on the same candles when we opened up at. The market is up less than 0.1% since yesterday's close. We've gone nowhere. The market has not determined a serious direction. We have gone absolutely nowhere. We are up 0.1%. We've gone nowhere. Thanks, man. I'm beginning to trade. Been thinking about getting a trade. I think that you should.
Like they about to dump this shit, honestly.
But I think that you should invest in the knowledge portion. And I think that you should study. I think you should paper trade. You can almost master trading without it costing you a lot of money. And you need to look into what's called prop firms. You can turn hundreds of dollars into a business that generates tens of thousands of dollars a month. They're getting ready to burst this high. This is bullish. I would not be shorting this. Bought that QQQ put. But wait. SPY is trying to come up here and pop this high, and NQ wants 0 parts of this bounce. As of right now. Chilly in my house. NQ wants 0 parts of this bounce, and SPY wants to come up here and pop this high from Friday. And pop Friday's HOD. They did nothing on Friday. I forgot Friday was non-farm payrolls. Look at the SpaceX. Do you have videos about it on your page? Yeah, I got videos about testimonies. I got a few trading videos, sure. But I have a knowledge center, and it comes with a free 3-day trial. I think that you should sign up. If it's a free 3-day trial, I think you should sign up, and I think that you should devote 72 hours of your time to try to study that page. I think that you should tune in to what you see inside Discord. And I think that what you see will blow your mind in regards to what you could do and how you could change your life. And ultimately speaking, I think that if you take this seriously, I could turn you into somebody that makes minimum $20,000 to $30,000 a month in several months. But what I just said scares most people because I said several months and I didn't say next week. But ultimately speaking, if they do nothing, coincidentally, they'll still be exactly where they are several weeks from then, or several months from then, or even a year or two from then. So I mean, but everyone's looking for a get rich quick scheme. You can get rich very, very quickly, but it's not a get rich quick scheme. That's what I think. I do this every single day. I think they want to go higher. I think they're trying to pop that high. They just flipped the QQQ bullish on that last candle. Passed 3 more evals this morning, Phantom says from Discord. Good job, Phantom. Good job, sir. That's what my brain's telling me. Look out. I think they want to pop this high. And I don't think that they came this far to only come this far. We need to watch out for this. Look at that. They're going to attack that later. They're about to pop this high. This is bullish. Not something I should be shorting. Nothing that I do that I seriously care about am I going to short inside of a 15-minute BISI. There's nothing that you should seriously try to construct to where you go, man, you know what? This looks like a good idea for me to short inside of a 15-minute BISI. They'll bounce out of those.
Throw your money in the trash.
You said what?
I said you might as well throw your money in the trash.
100%. Look at this. This position is down 50% on 0 to T that I took.
Yeah, when you do options, you might want to take it out. Give yourself some time, like a day or two.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it's on that eval on Strix. I'm still trying to figure out the options chain itself. That's what that was. That wasn't my real way. I would never do nothing like that. I'm not gonna monitor that position. Like I'm gonna literally let it expire. I'm being dead serious.
It's going to be worthless at the end of the day.
Correct. But yeah, correct. But I'm going to just let it expire. Either that or I'm going to wait for it to get back to break even. I think they're about to attack this sell side. They just popped that high just now. They might stop some more people out, go higher. They want to go higher, not lower. Look out.
Yep, they're pushing. They are pushing. Higher, higher.
They want to go higher. There's no draw on liquidity compelling them to go lower.
Yeah, I just TP'd out.
Good job, Adam. Hey, what was I doing?
I passed 3 evals today, too.
Good job. Yeah, I seen that. Good job. Great job, sir. I'm not going to short this. I'm not going to do nothing like that. Why? Because I still think they're trying to determine direction. This market is only up this market's only up 0.1%. It has not moved. SPY is frozen in place. It has not seriously determined a direction. I cannot short this or go against this in a reasonable manner. I just be guessing. I'm not gonna do nothing like that. They're about to go QQQ 725 right now. QQQ is looking like it's trying to go 725. They flipped it bullish. Why would they not go 725? Like, why would they not do that? Excuse me. Look out. There's nothing compelling them to go lower. Look at this market just squeeze from this high here. Look at us bounce from this 15-minute busy. 0.5% in an already bearish market. Like, what would compel them to go lower? I have no idea. Timestamp 1012. We just tapped the 1 hour gap on what asset? SPX, NQ, QQQ, what? They want to go 725 QQQ. MNQ, SIBI. Correct. But if we short this, they could squeeze up in here and then dump it and still not even inverse it. That's why, like, I don't like trading 1 hour imbalances, because you can blow your account on 1 minute candle. The market can flip on a dime. They about to go 725 QQQ. Look out. This is bearish. Look out. I meant bullish, not bearish. Excuse me. They want to go higher. I think they want to go 725 QQQ. This right here is where I think they're about to come to next. This does not look like it's getting ready to just automatically shift course to me. I think they got one more and I'm like Vince Carter. Look at that, Lulu. Apple down. Nvidia's break even. Look at the Google. Amazon. SpaceX. Piece of shit. Where's Tesla? Everything is break even. Expect a lot of time distortion today because there's no news drivers. That's why the market's moving so slow. They haven't found a valid excuse yet to blow up people's accounts. That's why they're going sideways like this. They're just reeling you in. The options trade is now down 60%. Zerodity is dangerous. Imagine if you full ported that on your full portfolio. Your portfolio will be down 60% in 20 minutes. That's dangerous. You shouldn't do no shit like that. Man, if you're wrong with Zerodity, can you get cooked? Wow. They're about to go 725, but they just rejected that. I wonder what that means. Watch out. Look at this. Hold on. He said Amazon. My newswire says. What's he talking about? Look at this weird staircase and pattern that they have over here on this SPX. Look at this. This is indicative of something that's about to dump. Look at this weird staircase and pattern that they have. That's not something that like I would just long. It is also rejecting a 5-minute FVG. I see that. Here. This is not something like I would just long. But I think they want to go 725 QQQ first. That's what my brain's telling me. My brain's telling me that they're about to go 725 QQQ first. Then when they do that, then they're going to consider. Look at this weird pattern here. But weird is not enough to open up a position off of without confirmation. Alone, weird alone. I think these people about to go higher with this damn market. That's what my brain's telling me. Being dead serious. I think they're about to go higher with this market. I think they're about to squeeze this and go 725 QQQ off of this one of this 5-minute busy. I think they're about to break this up and then go lower. This QQQ looks like it wants 725. Look how short this and then launch us off a launching pad. Man, they about to attack this 720. It's the 7722, boy. I'm trying to tell you, boy, this is bearish. I'm trying to tell you, boy, I got a feeling, boy, they about to hurt some people on this that are long right now. I got a feeling they about to do this, boy. But damn, are they gonna go 725 first? I got a feeling they about to do this shit. They about to do some insidious stuff. Like it's about to be destruction and carnage. So help me God, I got a feeling about this. I would not be long in this. I don't think that we should be long in this. I don't think that's a good idea to long this right now. So help me God, I don't think that's a smart idea. I legitimately do not think that's a smart idea right now. I think they're about to dump this fucking market. I do not think that's a smart idea. Hey, where's Kodak? Where's Phantom? Hello? Hey, anybody else think they're ready to go higher? Or you think they're ready to go lower? What's going on?
We're dumping.
What the hell?
I think they're about to shoot this up.
Yeah, pre-market high is still like above, so I could see them shooting out of this still. Maybe this is just like a little rejection. I don't know.
Oh yeah. Okay, so pre-market high, Asian London high is up here at 29.85.
Yeah, I can see this just be a continuation. But I don't know, I'm gonna let them prove it to me either way.
Continuation maybe to pop this high here. And then lead up into this 15-minute SIBI. Attack 725. QQQ. Interesting. And attack 775 SPY. Nvidia now down 1%. Apple down 2%. Hmm. Intel Core down 4%. The ARM is down 4%. I do not trust this. This does not scream long me, not with that LR like that. This NQ is lagging behind, boy. This does not scream long me. For some reason, my brain telling me I should not be long in this and that this is dangerous. But I legitimately don't have a price target in mind. I mean, the low of this VWAP over here past 723.33 is there. Like if I target this low over here on a short, because I think they're getting ready to come here. That's 100 ticks away on 5 contracts. That's $250. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna short this on 5 contracts, and I'm gonna target this low over here. I'm gonna short this on 5 contracts, and I'm gonna target this low over here, 100 ticks away. That's what I'm about to do. I think these people want to go lower and not higher. Bust up. Break even. I go again. Shit.
Order canceled.
Damn. Okay. There's that. They're about to go lower with this. I don't think these people are trying to go higher. I'm being dead serious. I'm going to re-short this again. And I'm going to try and target this low again.
Order filled.
I just shorted this again, but in the shittier position. And I'm going to try and target this low over here again. But on the shittier position. They just stopped me out on that. But I re-entered. I think they want to target this low. This right here is where I think these people are to come to. I think they want to go lower. I don't think they want to go higher. I think they were just goofing around. I'm being dead serious. I think these people want to go lower. I don't think they want to go higher. I think they want to go lower. And I think they're about to dump this past this floor. And they're about to attack this VWAP. And target this low. That's what my brain's telling me right now. I'm being dead serious. Watch out. They want to attack this low. Buy stop.
Order submitted.
My brain's telling me these people want to go lower and eclipse this low. Shit. Again. Break even again, huh? My brain's telling me these people want to go lower and attack this.
Order
Look at that. Jesus Christ.
Order canceled.
My God. Holy shit. They flipped that shit on the dime, did they not? Watch out. I don't think they want to go higher. I think they want to go lower. My brain telling me that they wanted to attack this low. Base hit 100 ticks, 5 contracts, $250 I take. Watch out. Now what they want to do, I have no idea. I take base hit and I run away. I don't think these people are trying to go higher. I'm being dead serious. I think that was bearish. I think they're goofing around. Watch out. You need to watch out. Thinking once that double bottoms at 793 on ES? Where? Oh, shit. Goodness gracious. Those are double bottoms on SPY and on ES. Yeah, they're about to attack that. Watch them. That NVIDIA is down 2%. You need to not be long in this. It works in the opposite direction, too. If NVIDIA is down more than 2 or 3%, you need to not be seriously married to longs. All right? They're going to inherently be trying to attack sell side of the NQ. They're trying to dump this market. This is bearish to me, not bullish. I do not think this is bullish. I think they're trying to go lower. I would not be long in this. They've gone absolutely nowhere. The market is still up 0.1%. I'm just trying to steal a few points here and there. Be on alert. $200 trade I take. It's a quick $200. Be on alert. They bounced it. They took out that internal. They flashed that VWAP, and now they're right back. They damn near would have stopped me at a break even if I didn't have that break even. If I didn't have that modest TP, I would have got stopped at a break even just now on this candle. They're This right here tells me everything I need to know. They're goofing around. So this was not like hey, I short this and the market go down 100%, and I short this on 1 micro and I make $100,000 on 1 micro. No, this is like hey, I short this and I get like 120, 150 ticks in this crazy ass environment that we're in. Because if you shorted this and then you went break even, they stopped trying to break even again. Be on alert. They would have stopped. They stopped me at a break even the first time, and I just re-entered because I figured it was going to go lower, at least 100 and something ticks. So watch out. This is serious. I'll take another trade. Watch out. I'm going to sit here and I'm going to wait again. I'm not going to do anything. I have no idea where they're getting ready to go. I could only see where they was getting ready to go right then and there. So I have no idea where they're getting ready to go right now again. Why? Because now they're back sideways. Why? Because they just swept that internal. They just flashed that VWAP. So they reset the market. Now they're going higher. Look out. Now it looks like they're getting ready to go back to 725 now. But 3 minutes ago, I didn't think they was going to go to 725. That's why I shorted it. Hit $1,500 for eval. You just stop. Watch out now, because most of the time the trades go straight to the TP, but there's like a 7 or 8 second latency delay on that. And if I start getting kind of freaky with these trades, you need to be listening to my voice in real time if you were to be doing that. You need to be inside this Discord, listening, talking to me on the phone damn near, and seeing my screen on 4K if you're going to do something like that. Because if I start managing these trades in a professional manner, you're not going to be able to follow along.
Yo, E, take a look at the tops on ES.
I'm going to take a look right now.
At 91.
Yeah, Jesus Christ. They're about to squeeze this ES higher. ES wants to go higher. ES, I think, wants to go to 775 spot and pop this high and potentially pop this high. NQ wants no parts of this rally, though. I can see that. My God. Look at that. Boy, they're about to burst this higher. Why? Because this high aligns with this high. At a minimum, I think they're going to go higher and take this spot at 775. That's what I think in my brain. But NQ wants to dump. That's why I shorted the NQ. NQ is bearish, but who cares what NQ thinks? Why? Because if SPY goes higher another 0.5%, NQ is going to turn bullish.
It'll drag the NQ up with it.
That's exactly what's going to happen. It's going to drag the NQ up with that. Repeat that again, Phantom, for the people in the back. I'm serious. Please repeat that.
The SPY will drag the NQ up with it.
Yes, correct. So I can so I understand the NQ is looking bearish. But if this thing goes higher, we're cooked. On vacation, took that short and I funded in the passenger seat. Thank you, sir. Be on alert. Base hit, I take. Watch out. Don't sit there and don't goof around, no zero. Because if you lose connection, you can't close with that trade, or like if the call gets disconnected, you're cooked. It's best you go enjoy your vacation, sir. I think that you should count that as a blessing and no more. I'm being dead serious, Zero. You shouldn't be trading from a passenger. One of my boys inside there did that. Diego was doing that where he was trading from an airport and something happened to his connection. He blew up his accounts. And I told him, and I was like, you shouldn't be doing no shit like that. And he was like, damn, I wish I would have listened. You told me not to do that. And I still kept on trading. And then like what happened was like the internet went out or something crazy happened, bro. Like, I don't know what happened. Enjoy that. I got that satellite connect. Oh, okay.
The Wi-Fi is unreliable.
Yeah, it's dangerous. Today is mad choppy. Yep. Time distortion. Expect higher levels of time distortion. Right over here. The pre-market trading plan says so. See this? Guys, it's miraculous what can happen if we read this pre-market trading plan. See this? Look at that market and want to go higher. Look at this.
Run up. On up.
This trade plan says so. No news drivers. Expect them to come out the gate swinging. Time distortion will run rampant as the day progresses. We still have not popped 3094 NQ buy side yet. The market wants to go here. Not much else to say when due so close. I meant to say when we're so close to price discovery. Let me edit
Done
that.
a couple calls on Microsoft, E.
I don't edit the ideas or the concepts, but I will edit errors when we're so close to price discovery, an all-time high again. The only thing lurking sell side wise is a 15-minute trend line on NQ that's pictured. It will come into play the next few days. I don't know why the hell I didn't send out that screenshot. I took the screenshot of it, so I don't know why I did not put that screenshot inside there. I don't literally. I just caught that, but here's the 15-minute trend line. But even as a beginner trader, you should be able to pay attention to you should be able to go to the NQ and then pop up a 15-minute trend line, and here it is right over here. You see this? Why so? Because I sent this out last night here at 12 o'clock. So they attacked this trend line, touched it, and they dumped it, and they snapped it, and they broke it for a base hit on a 15-minute play. They dumped the market 0.5% off that trend line that I told you about, and now they're bouncing it. It's a 15-minute trend line, so it's not probably going to snap like 50 ticks or 100 ticks. A 15-minute trend line is going to snap at least a third or damn near almost 0.5%. So that's what they did, and now they're bouncing off the trend line snap. The trend lines work to the strength of the magnitude that you see them on. So if you see a daily trend line that we've been bouncing off of, bro, they're going to dump that shit 1% off of a base hit off that daily trend line whenever they do decide to go. If you see an immediate term trend line like something like this, over the course of an hour, then they probably only going to dump it if they touch this again, they're probably only going to dump it to be safe, for sure, maybe 100 ticks or so. It works that's how it works. If you see a 4-hour trend line, then they're probably going to dump it God knows how much off of that 4-hour trend line. It's a 4-hour trend line. You see this right over here? Look at this. Look. You see some shit like this? You see this? Right here. Look, you see this? Look at this shit. 1, 2, I believe, 3, 4 to count at the door. This trend line right over here has been forming since 2 o'clock on Friday, all the way up until Monday. So when they snap this, they're going to hurt a lot of people. This is like a it's like a 4-hour damn. It's a multi 4-hour damn trend line. So when they snap it, they're going to dump it. They're not going to just snap this one time and then just bounce after going lower 50 ticks. They're not going to do no shit like that. So the trend lines work to the magnitude of how long that the price action has been forming and convincing people. You need to understand what I just told you. It depends on how long that they have been convincing people will the strength of the trend line be realized, as in when they decide to go lower and hurt people. They're doing nothing but going sideways. They're goofing around. They're monkeying around here. I would have got break even if I didn't take that base hit. And ultimately speaking, I would be that much closer to blowing on my account. Why? Because I got an intraday trail and drawdown account. So I can't be up $500 on a trade and let a trade go back against me break even. I'll be $500 closer to blowing my account. So on the trade where I actually do need it, then I'll be cooked. And then I actually blow on my account. They want to go 725 right now, QQQ. I don't think they want to go lower. I think that was the reset. Sorry about that. I was on mute. I said, I think they want to go 725 QQQ. They want to go higher. But dude, they're just going sideways right now and churning people out and blowing up their goddamn accounts. They're testing your patience right now. That's what they're doing. I'm telling you, man. They want to know if you can sit here or if you're going to be one of those people that randomly goes from live stream to live stream and goes, "Hey, man, are you in any trades yet? What you doing over there talking? Why are you not in no trades yet?" They're just going up and down with aimlessly. It's miraculous that the people that always ask those questions, they're not profitable. It's miraculous. I'm serious. It's absolutely hilarious. Hey, you're not in any trades yet, man? Guys, I'm not talking about like Dean and like the others from inside here, like Cole to randomly say that on live stream just to be funny. Cause like he's mocking those people, you know, guys. Like I'm not talking about that, guys. Like I'm talking about like the actual people. Like I click on their profile and they've been following me for like one day, or heaven forbid they're not following at all, and they're just like, "Hey, bro, every single time I come past this live stream, you're not in a trade. Are you going to enter or not? You know the market's open." I think they want to dump this now. You see how I keep changing my opinion? Or like how like 60 seconds ago I was like, man, they about to go 725 QQQ. And then they just gave a liquidation candle like that lower. And now I just say, God damn, they about to dump this. You see how my bias, like you see how like it just keeps confusing me now? When that's the case, that tells you that you should not be in a trade. Let me repackage that again. And let me say this in like another way in regards to how I personally interpret this. If I think that they're getting ready to go someplace and the next 60 seconds, I think they're getting ready to do the exact opposite, and that happens multiple times, then that lets me know that that's not something that I should be trading. Because they're clearly showing me they're clearly flashing multiple different scenarios at me. And I need to know which one that I think they're getting ready to do. And so that clearly tells me that I don't know what the hell is going on. Why? Because they don't know what the hell is going on. Why? Because I'm just reading what they're doing. So if I said that they're getting ready to go higher and then they dump it and go lower and I go, God damn, they're getting ready to go lower, that looks bearish. Then I'm just showing what they're doing. Then I'm literally just reiterating or verbalizing what they're doing. And so the things that I'm saying sounds confusing. And so the market's confused. So I should just sit here and do nothing. Shorts or longs? Right, zero. Right. Shorts or longs? Buy or sell? Not buy or sell. Buy or sell? Are you selling or buying? They don't even know the verbiage. Why aren't you in a trade, dude? All right. Let me click on your profile so I can know whether or not you're being serious or not in laugh. Oh, you've been following me for 4 days. I'm unsure whether that you're being serious or not. If you've been following me for longer than I know that I'm trolling. Okay, good. Okay, good. Now I commit your profile to memory. Okay, good. Yeah, seriously. We'll be like, hey, why aren't you in a trade, dude? And look at this clusterfuck that we're going through. You know the market's open now. If you're not in the trade right now, then that means that you don't know what you're doing. Maybe we shouldn't be watching this guy. Well, no, I'm not in the trade right now because I know exactly what I'm doing. Maybe you should not be in the trade too. They're just goofing around. They're just meandering. Look, this is time distortion to the max. How's everyone trade Kobe? There's no clue what account drawdown is. Yeah. My trade
That's
Kobe
why
does the
we're
same thing.
all not trading, because we know if we trade, we'd lose money.
Correct. Knowing what not to do is far more important than knowing what to do. What I think that I should do right now is I think right now that like if I wanted to make some quick money, that I should press this buy button. But I also understand that Nvidia is down 2% and the market was just bearish a few minutes ago. So, and I just know that they're going sideways right now. So I shouldn't be goofing around with this. Not up here near the New York HOD. Maybe I should wait. That's what my brain's telling me. My brain's telling me I should wait. One hour FEG with that new change of character on the 1 hour and the trace from the 0 to T. I don't know. I'm buying now. Yeah, I think they're getting ready to go higher, but I consider they're going sideways right now. And when they decide to go, they're going to go. They're lulling you to sleep right now, and I think they're putting you to sleep. And I think they're about to kick it off like right around this 1050 macro. 1 hour FEG? Yeah, that's what we're rejecting. That's what we're tapping into right now. We're tapping into 1 hour SIBI. I'm going to YOLO fund it on Wednesday. Apex live trading. Yeah, hell yeah. You can trade news on Apex, yeah. But you can't hedge. Cannot hedge. Excuse me, you cannot hedge, not even on the evals anymore. The legacy ones you can if you buy the legacy. But you can't hedge. They'll ban you. Have you gone on the Discord to see if there's any maintenance going on? No, I have not. There's 2 1 hour FEGs stacked. That's probably why we're facing some resistance here, it appears. They're goofing around. I would not be long in this, and I would not be short in this. They're goofing around right now. This market is goofing around at this 1 hour SIBI. You see this? You see us tap this 1 hour SIBI and start to reject? You see this? We got 15 minutes until we inverse this one. But we're rejecting this 1 hour SIBI right now. Look out. And we're bouncing from this 15-minute BISI. And it looks as though it's trying to come up into this one. Look out. This is not something I would be goofing around with. I think they're trying to determine which direction they want to go in. Look at this ES just turn into a juggernaut. I think the ES wants to go 7,800. And I think the ES wants to come up here and pop this high and then go 7,800. That's what my brain's telling me. My brain's telling me the ES wants to come here, pop this high and go 7,800, but the NQ wants to dump. Look at the NQ go lower. Look. NQ is trying to go lower and ES is trying to go higher and pop this high. They're going in the opposite of directions. But there's but so long that this NQ can hold up with this NQ, with this ES squeezing like this. I think they want to come here and then come 7,800 even. And then they're not going to stop at even. They're going to come up into like 7,805-ish. And then they're going to consider. I don't think they're trying to go lower on this ES. I think the NQ's trying to go lower, but who gives a damn about that? If you trade an NQ, you need to be looking at this ES at a minimum. Because ES is clearly saying it's trying to go higher, so you should not short NQ. Look at that ES liquidation, squeeze it to a new high. Look, see that? That right there is exactly what I'm talking about. Watch out. ES wants to go higher and squeeze. It does not want to go lower. Look out. NQ wants no parts of this bounce. Look at that. Look at that. Wow. Look at that ES pop that high just now. You see that? They're about to go 7,800. They're going the opposite direction. See that? NQ is destroying funded accounts mode. Time distortion. They're confusing people. They're confusing people. We need to wait for them to be in sync again. If they're not in sync, then you don't know which direction they're getting ready to go in, because QQQ could flip bullish. That's happened numerous times, you know. And then NQ could take turns and they could just keep going higher and higher. They now want to go 7,800 ES. That's what's next on their radar. And 7775, 7775 is what's next on the SPX. They want to go higher, not lower. They're getting this market off this damn ground. NQ does not have any legs. NQ is only up 0.1%, and the ES is up 0.25%. They're going in the opposite of directions. Microsoft now up 2% and Meta up 2.5%. SpaceX up 2.5% to 136. SpaceX is going to go to 140. I said that alert, you know, from this Discord. I told you that shit was going to go to 140.
My shares.
You still holding that SpaceX?
Yes, sir.
I told you that shit was going to go to 140.
I'm going to hold it for probably 6 months.
Yeah, you should be up there now almost 30% or some shit.
Yep. I bought in at like 113.
Good job, sir. That was an alert that I sent out from inside Discord. You know I do stock swing alerts too. All of the stocks that I send on the side of this Discord, like the swing trading alerts, I promise you they go like 20 to 20. They go minimum 20 to 30%. Minimum. And I say 6 months, but they come to fruition in like weeks. I am an excellent stock picker. You are literally having somebody that ran a successful hedge fund sending you swing trade alerts. There's I'm confused on like how much easier that the game can be, and it's free. If I wasn't an excellent stock picker, I could not run a hedge fund. That would be impossible. I would get cooked. Nobody would give me their money. Or nobody would have given me their money. Be on alert. It's free at that. But the only thing that sucks is I only send out an alert like once every 2 or 3 months. But again, who cares if I only send it out 2 to 3 months? If you're inside Discord for a year and you even capitalize on 2 or 3 of those, your entire investment portfolio will grow by like minimum 60 to 90%. Minimum a year. That is why I don't debate with people about the price and why I don't convince people to stay or to join. That's why. And people ask me and go, hey, is it free? You do know that, right? Where where you can get swing alerts and the shit go 30% from the entry, and and you can grow your entire portfolio in 60 to 90% clips for free. I wouldn't even want to do that. Like, even if someone told me that it wasn't a scam, I still won't. I would feel morally wrong for not compensating that person in some regard. I would feel morally wrong. Like I was committing a heinous monstrosity, an act of an act of just pure, just evil. Just man, they want to go lower. Let me stop ranting. Now I trade today. I don't usually trade on Mondays. Why not? What's wrong with a Monday? You don't trade on Mondays, then why not then you probably shouldn't be trading on Fridays either. I think these people want to go lower after popping that high. They're confusing people. NQ is trying to dump. They just popped that high just now. Look at that.
They also just broke this trend line on Qs.
Where?
Anyone catch that? I caught it.
Oh, I see that.
Same with ES.
You talking about this? I see that. I didn't see that. Somebody should have mentioned that. I didn't see that. Damn. But I probably wouldn't have traded it. Base it up that. I thought they was going to go 725 and then dump. They're just goofing around right now. This is aimless. There's nothing here in mind. Like they could just bounce us out of this right now. Base hits the name of the game. You did say that. You did say that a trend line. You literally did say that. I see that. And I see the timestamp at 10:48. You said that. Wow. I did not see that. Excuse me. Wow. I see that now from Discord. That's why I can't be ranting. Because I don't see the messages when I go on rants. Unless you mention me. You. My newswire says SPY coming down, pretty big candles. They want to go lower, not higher. That position is still down 30%. They want to dump this and go lower. They're back to this 15-minute BISI again. And the market's in the same exact position as it was earlier, and I'm starting to figure out options positioning on that prop account. This new options thing, it's in the same exact spot as it was earlier where I pressed the button, but the position is down 30%. You know. Why? Because of theta decay. That's why. Almost theta decay, correct. It destroyed it. It's in the same exact spot as it was earlier. But the position is
So the
down
double bottom
30%.
on ES right there.
Look at that. On the next bounce, I short. Low is 784. Low is 784. Watch out. They're laying the cheese, I think. And I think that these people are goofing around. They're pairing that with a 5-point volume balance on SPY. Watch out. I don't think they're trying to go higher, and they're pairing that with this VWAP flash. Watch out. They want to dump this and not go lower. I'm sorry, not go higher. They want to dump this and take out this and flash this through this floor. If they bounce this, I'm going to short this. Watch out. I need them to bounce this and do something like this so I can participate and then target that same objective. I can't just short over here and only get 20 ticks and then risk the move that they just came from. I cannot do nothing like that. So I need them to bounce this. I need them to displace from this zone and bounce so that I can get more meat on the bone to short. I don't think they're trying to go higher. They're aligning this with this VWAP flash. Watch out. This is serious. They're going to flash that low. Good job, Zero. Watch out. You need them to give you a method in regards to how you can participate. So the first part of profitable trading is identifying what they're doing and where they're about to go, and then them giving you an answer of how you can participate. Your strategy answers how you can participate. If they just dump it and just go down in a straight line and you can't participate, well, I mean, like you could, but that's dangerous because they could bounce it on you. Like they need to give you like meat on the bone, and then you still see what they're doing. That's all trading is. Your trading strategy, I don't give a damn what you're doing. It needs to answer the question of, hey, how can I participate in this? Look at that. They're going to flash this low. They're going to eclipse this low. This is not bullish. If they bounce this from this zone, so help me God, I'm going to short this, almost full ported. Watch out. I need them to bounce this without taking out this low, but they're going to do so. They're not going to give me a chance to participate. They're going to eclipse this, and then I'm going to be right back to waiting. You see that? They just took out that low just now. And they took out that double bottom. And the indicator is about to make it disappear. You see this double bottom right here? Look. See this? Watch it disappear in 15 seconds. Look. You can see it. Look, watch. Watch it go away. See, the indicator says double bottom, but they didn't give me a chance to short the double bottom because they kept it there and they could just start dumping it. See this? Look. 3, 2, 1. And it disappears from the chart, you see? Look out. That's the NQ Insider liquidity draws indicator. It's free for the Discord members. Why? Because anything of value is not free for real. Look out. This is bearish and they want to go lower and not higher. They're right back to this 15-minute BIST cluster. I think that they want to attack 720 on the QQQ. And ultimately speaking, I think they're about to attack this 772 over here on this SPY. I think this is bearish and not bullish. I think it was fake.
You check your puts because with the candles this big, it might be higher than it could. Oh,
Jesus Christ! Look at that. That position is still down 30%. Wow. Jesus. That 0 to T is a mother effer, ain't it? Yeah. I'll wait. I'll hold. I'll hold until this objective gets realized. I'm not really trading the puts for real. So like I'm not gonna manage them. So like until they it's either SPY dumps and takes this double bottom out, and then QQQ comes in the 720 like how I was expecting, if QQQ flashes 720, then I'll get out of this. If not, then I'm gonna rehold. So help me God. I am. I see that. I need QQQ to attack 720. Then I'll close out the position. Otherwise, I'm not going to close. Hit my daily target on my fund. It's done for the day now. On to enjoy the vacate. Good luck, fam. Zero says. I kept scaling in, currently up. Yeah. You need to be careful on that because they're just going sideways right now. Don't get hit by that theta decay channel. I think they were trying to go lower this whole time. I'm just so like I'm not telling nobody how to manage that options position because it is an evaluation account that I'm working on trying to understand the options. I'm trying to objectively trade. I'm not day trading that shit. I'm objectively trading, and then once they complete an objective that I see that they're getting ready to do, I might be early. I might not. But once they complete it, no matter what they do, I close the position. I'm not trying to maximize every single penny on it. It's an EOD account too at that. So I'm not trying to maximize every penny on it like how I would be on my funded accounts. Like then I'm actually trading on futures. Once I see where I think they're getting ready to go, I take a position and I just hold it. But the 0 to T is something serious. The market's in the same exact spot, if not slightly lower, and it's down 30% from where I originally entered it. But I didn't scale in. Why? Because I'm only doing one position. I'm testing ideas. Be on alert. That SpaceX that I sent out from inside Discord, it took 2 weeks for that shit to go up 30%. From when I told you that they were 100% going to take it there. From inside Discord, I told you that. And people were sitting over here dumbfounded and confused. Here I says. So the next time I said some shit inside here, you better be buying this shit. If you're inside here. I don't know why people don't try to take advantage of this shit. Look at this. I literally said it was generational. Look at this. I literally says it here. I literally say it here. Everyone participating on the IPO was caught up in underwater. It's down nearly 50% in the last month for no reason at all. So a simple shakeout. I'm loading the boat as of today. I said on live stream I was going to start buying in 10 to 20K increments. I'm upping that into 30 to 40,000. First target 130, I says. Second target 140, I says. Next target 150. Stop loss none. I never say no shit like that. Stop loss none. For every 10% it drops, be willing to add more DCA. Timeline on this horizon is 6 to 9 months max. This is a generational opportunity. Not only medium term, but long term for your retirement portfolios. I'm not joking. This is the trade of the year. Do not overthink it. And I sent it out inside here. And I said, and on top of it, I told you where I was buying that. Look. Every single stock swing trade that I sent out inside this Discord, this shit runs 30%. So if you don't even day trade, if you were listening to my voice right now and you don't even want to know how to make $5,000, $10,000 a day by trading these props by putting like $1,000 or so in, even if that is not your game, if you have a retirement portfolio and you buy a lifetime membership inside here, what you need to do is that you need to put a 12-month timer on this shit and you need to buy this shit that I sent out inside here. Your entire retirement portfolio will double in 12 months. And it's free from being inside here. It's like I'm confused. Like I'm confused as to how you're confused. I'm being dead serious. Fuck day trading. This is how you get rich, bro. Why? Because you have a hedge fund manager at your fucking disposal and you're sitting over there goofing around. I literally says it and you can read it. Here, it's timestamp. And you heard Phantom. Phantom was like, I'm up 30% and I'm just holding. And people want to debate with me going, convince me to spend $15 a month to join that Discord. I'm not going to convince you of nothing.
No, I was intending on buying SpaceX, long 6 months ago.
It was shit. Thank God you didn't buy it 6 months ago.
On the IPO day.
Yeah. Thank God you didn't buy it 6 months ago. Thank God.
Yep.
I told people not to buy that. Literally, I promise you, people would ask me, and I was like, don't touch that shit. It's in price discovery. That shit dropped, bro. That shit dropped like 60%. Do you understand that if a stock drops 50%, you need to make 100? It needs to go up 100% from where you're down at, so you to get back to break even. People still underwater.
There's a bunch of companies that sell pre-IPO shares of that stock, and now they're on the hook for it.
Phantom is the man, Kinshi says. Yeah, Phantom's cool. I like Phantom. It's my guy. Be on alert. So the next one that I send from inside here, you need to be paying attention. Every single one that I've sent out inside here with clear targets like this, I'm not talking about no shit to where like I sent out just, well, let's look. I said buy this. I'm talking about like this. Where like I outline it. I'm not talking about something where I say, hey, I'm gonna buy this and I'm gonna hold for like a day or two and I'm only make 4 or 5%. I'm talking about like this. Microsoft. I said Microsoft was generational. Look what happened to. Look, first order will be on a break of 340. Look at the Microsoft. When I look. My homeboy just sold to Microsoft. I promise you. He sent me a message and he was like, "Bro, you made me like $15,000 to $20,000 with this Microsoft play." Look, every single stock that I sent inside here is crazy. Look at the Adobe. But this was just like a quick little swing trade. But the Adobe was at 247. But that was like a small little swing trade. But look at the Adobe. The Adobe's up to 270 right now. Look, Adobe right now, this second is at 270. Do you understand that was just do you understand that was less than 5 months ago? Look, every single thing that I send inside here goes fucking green like 20%. Look, Lulu. Look at the Lulu. But I closed out the Lulu position. So the Lulu was done. Every single thing that I send out inside here goes green 20. Look, the Netflix. But the Netflix was done. I told you to sell the Netflix is what Phantom rinsed. So this was done here. So we made money on the Netflix. Don't look at the price now. I'm talking about when we close this out. Because why? Because we bought the Netflix over here. Netflix went to like 120.
Yep.
Look. Lulu swing position. Look, I literally tell you what to do and where to get out at. Look at the UNH. Look, UNH. I told you buy at 237. Look at the UNH. UNH is at $411 right now.
Yep, my own United Health.
Yeah, look at the UNH. Look. Hey. People with a scarcity mentality, they're scared and they have to be convinced to take advantage of opportunities that are ultimately going to help themselves and to change their lives. But the unfortunate paradox with that is that the people that are in the position to change other people's lives, they don't give a shit if you join or not. They don't give a shit what you do. So people with a scarcity mentality, or ultimately speaking, on the sad thing about it, because I used to be homeless too, is, well, I'm not saying used to be that, but what I'm saying is like I used to be like very, very, very poor. The unfortunate part about that is like when you're poor, you think that it's everyone's obligation to stop you from being poor to help you out, and that is not the case. People don't give a shit what you do, especially rich people. The onus is on you, not on them, to take advantage of the opportunities that they present to you. That is how life works. So you need to watch out. This is serious. They're goofing around and meandering. They're not doing anything of any significant value. This is disgusting time distortion to the max. This is one of the worst days in time distortion I've seen probably in like a few days. I know you thought I was going to say like a month or two, but they were just doing this weird shit up here at the top like 5 or 6 days ago. This is to be expected. There's no news drivers. I think they're scheming on some weird ass Iranian headline, and then they're going to dump it or pump it and blow up people's accounts for the people that are just goofing around here and caught offside. Timestamp is 11:11, and they've done nothing all day. The market is the market is up 1/2 of 1/10 of 1%. I'm en route to run 40K in profits this month, man. Good job, Liam. Proud of you, sir. Way to lock in. Proud of you on your journey. I'm serious. Thank you, sir. Good job, sir. Stay focused. I'm serious. Stay focused. Stay locked in. They want to go lower. They don't want to go higher. I think they want to attack this. I think they want to attack this double bottom at 772. Yes, sir. We'll do. They want to go lower and not higher. Short, 2 TPT pros, 5 Apex, 1 live account, $1,000 take home money, and 4th one a day on the 5 Apex. Bang. Colt says from Discord. Good job, Colt. Proud of you, sir.
Congratulations, Cole.
Good job, Colt. See? Well, congratulate Colt. Good job, Colt.
Yes, sir.
Great job, sir.
Hard work deserves recognition.
Absolutely. Good job. They're goofing around. They're just goofing around. They're not doing anything of any seriousness. SPY has not moved or determined the direction. SPY is on the same candles we opened up on. They went up a little bit, formed this LRLR, and started dumping it in a straight line with no pullback. And now they're going sideways again. NVIDIA's down 2%, Apple's down 2%. That damn SpaceX is squeezing. Be on alert. Maybe one more base hit in this cluster F of a scenario day. This is disgusting. There is no target amount here. They're goofing around. You looking for one more trade? I'm just waiting on them to show something, yeah. I'm watching Naruto clips. Shippuden. When Naruto made his entrance against Pain. That's hard. They're just goofing around and going sideways. Sage is here. Yeah, I remember that. The post said, I would give anything. The post says, I would give anything to feel how I feel. Because 14 years ago today, he made that entrance against Pain where he pulled up on the Sage Toads with I think his name is Gamma or whatever his name is, the big toads. Yeah, where Sakura was screaming. Sakura said, Naruto! And like she was getting ready to die, and he just appeared out of nowhere, out of thin air. And he just stood there with his arms crossed like this. That was so hard. I'll never forget that. When I was a kid and I was watching that, oh my God. The euphoria that I felt, like the excitement, that the best interest. Yeah, that is one of the best interests in anime. That is one of the best interests in anime, hands down. Because like you didn't know what to expect, and he just appeared out of thin air. That was it. That was insane. Man, what a time to have been alive back then. 14 years ago to this day. To this day, 14 years ago, you know.
What movie was that?
No, Naruto. Shippuden. The show Naruto.
What's it called?
Naruto. It's old, Phantom. Old guys like us.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah. Anyway. What a time I've been alive, man.
Yeah.
It says, bro, I would give anything to experience what I felt the first time watching this interest as a child. Had to wait all week for the next episode. Yeah, exactly. Literally. Heaven forbid if it was a filler.
Yeah, they didn't have that stuff when I was a kid.
Yeah. Man. What's good, bro? You remember me? Of course I do, G-Will. What's up, buddy? Sakura Simp, RP the homie Pervy Sage. Yeah. Man, I cried when Jiraiya died. When the Pervy Sage Jiraiya died. I cried when he died. When he got his arm chopped off and I saw him sinking to the bottom of that lake. Because I thought that he was supposed to be there until the end. And I was like, dang, the good guys can die? I promise you I cried. I cried when he died and I cried when Neji died. Because Neji was my favorite character. If I know I'm saying names that people don't know about. So like you have to know who I'm talking about. So when Neji died, I cried. When Neji stood over, yeah. When Neji protected his sister, I like honestly speaking, like the emotions starting to come back and like it's almost making me tear up right now. Because I remember when he held his arms out like this and he protected his sister like this. And he died and he was like, I'm free now. Man, I'll never forget that. Boy. Every time I watched that, I cried. I promise you. I was watching that. I promise you, like I wasn't even like trying to cry a little bit. Like I was just watching it, and tears just started streaming down my face as a grown 29-year-old man. This happened like a year ago. I remember like it was yesterday. Tears just started strolling down my face. Like I was not even like I was just like I was watching it, and I was like, what the.
What's the name? Spell it out for me.
It's called Naruto, Naruto. It's a Japanese anime. Yeah, like I promise you, like I was watching it and I was like, what? Am I crying? Literally, like that's when I was like, yo, what the hell is going on? And sure enough, I was crying. I have nothing to hide. I'm just telling the truth.
No. Nothing wrong with that. We all cry. We all laugh.
Yeah, like the emotions just hit me like spontaneously. Like I was at this restaurant eating and I was just getting something to eat. And last time I cried, so like I'm really not like I'm not an emotional person, but like it takes like memory, like so memories make me cry. So like living through memories and just understanding the journey makes me cry. And like, but like I don't just like boo hoo. Like, I'm not saying I'm a thug or nothing, but like, but trading has destroyed my emotional. Trading and being a professional basketball player has destroyed me emotionally because playing in an arena with 15, 20,000 people screaming some of the most heinous things at you, like you can't be emotional.
Yeah,
And then
well,
with trading, if you're
you have to
emotional, you'll
put
get
up
cooked.
you have to put up a shield, you know.
Absolutely, 100%. So like you have to put up a shield in trading too. That's why I'll make like $5,000-$10,000 and like I won't feel no kind of way. But like if I see you make money, then I get happy. But like for me, like I know that trading with my emotions and wearing my heart on my sleeve leads to destruction. So for me, personally speaking, I've become very jaded to my emotions. So like I need to relive something in order for it to happen. But long story short, I was at this one restaurant the other day, and I was just sitting there, and they played this song called Christopher. They played a song called "Sailing" by Christopher Cross.
Yeah, I love that song.
Sailing takes me away. Yeah, it's called "Sailing" by Christopher Cross. It's one of the most beautiful songs that you could ever listen to.
Listen to that all the time.
Oh, really? You like that song, Phantom?
Yeah,
Absolutely.
love
So,
that
so
song.
they were just playing that song, and like it literally put me in a trance. And I remember playing that song, and like I remember my dad playing that song nonstop when I was a kid, when we didn't even have a car, when we were so poor. And I was on a date with I was on a date with my girl at the time, and she was just sitting there, and she was like, "What happened?" Like literally, we were in mid conversation, and and she was like, "What happened?" And I just started crying, like not like literally, like tears started coming on my face, and I was like, "Yo, I remember this song." Like, and she was like, "What song?" And I was like, "That's Christopher Cross, Sailing, that's playing right now in the background over the speakers." Because I go to I go to like really nice restaurants, and like they were just playing in the background, and I just started crying, and I was
I
like,
listen to all that type of music.
"Yeah, me too." And she was like, "What happened?" And I told her, and I was like, "I remember when I was like 8, 9, 10 years old, and my dad used to play this song, and it was one of my dad's favorite songs, and like we played this car when like we didn't have a car, when I couldn't even afford haircuts, and we literally used to walk, 2 or 3 miles to the grocery store, and then 2 or 3 miles back with like a $10 buggy, and like we had to walk up all kinds of hills in Atlanta, and we used to have to like literally like cross a stream, like literally like a stream to like our apartment complex. And I told him, I was like, I remember when we were so poor, but like the expectations but I was like, but those were the happiest times of my life. Like there was zero expectations. I didn't give a shit that I was eating that, because at the time the Totino's little shitty little pizzas were like 88 cents. And I told him, I was like, I didn't mind that my dad was feeding me off of $1.90 a day. And I was like,
If you were with your family.
yeah, exactly. And I was like, I had no idea that like I was this poor, that like I couldn't afford haircuts, that like my dad saved up $10 to go get some clippers. And like when I was a kid, like as a kid, like my dream was just to have a hairline as a kid. And so like my dad used to just get like the $8 Conair clippers that you cannot adjust. The Conair clippers, I'll never forget the black Conair clippers.
Yeah,
And he used to just
I had one.
yeah.
Yeah.
And he used to just shave my head bald. Because so like my dream as a kid was to where I was like, man, like I want to save up just enough money to get a haircut.
Yeah, the only
Just like everybody else.
the little black cone thing on the top.
Yep.
Slide on.
Yep. That. Yep. And I remember how poor I was. And what happened was every single memory that I lived with that song playing in the background, I lived in real life right then and there. And my body could not take it. And that's like, I just started crying. And I called my father, and my dad was like, she's sitting across you right now, but she has no idea the things that you went through. And, And so I told her, and I was like, I know it looks weird, but I just remember like when I was so poor and no one listened to me. And all I wanted was just someone to just care. You know, like that was all I wanted as a kid. To just to like the simplest of things would have made me happy. Like I just wanted a haircut. I just wanted a haircut. I just wanted like a pair of shoes. Like I used to like
Simplest things in life.
yeah.
Make you happy.
I used to have to wear church shoes to school. I was so poor. I promise you. I had to wear church shoes to school. And then what happened was whenever I got older and like when I started getting larger, then I was able to actually wear my dad's shoes. So my dad and I would actually share the same shoes. But once I got too big, then my feet outgrew his, and then like I had to go back to wearing lame shoes. And the kids at school would make fun of me. And they would be like, why are you wearing church clothes at school? And like, I used to be like, I don't know. For real. No one paid attention to me. I remember that like it was yesterday. I promise you. That's why I say this is serious. But if you ask me, would I give up every single dime right now? And I called my father on the phone. And my dad was like, man, I remember. And my dad was like, life was so simple. I would give up every single dime that I had right now to go back.
Yep.
I swear to God I would.
Yep, you can't get back time.
I cannot give that back.
You
I would give everything that I have right now. Everything, including this house that I live in, every single thing.
Yep.
Everything. Every dime. And I would not think twice about it. Just to go back to being poor and to eating 88-cent Tostino pizza rolls when I was 8, 9 years old. I would give that back to go back to being homeless with my father, sleeping in a 1995 Honda Accord in the winter. I would give that back right now to go back. Right now, this second, I would. There's nothing that I would not do to go back. Hold on real quick. They dumping this market. Let me check this options. How the hell is this thing now 43% and the market's lower from where I bought it at? What the fuck? You have feelings, yeah, absolutely. They're making a live action Naruto Muyano. I seen that. They look kind of cheesy. So what happened at the restaurant? Me too. Yeah, just at the restaurant, like I just called my dad and like I just started smiling and we just caught up on the memories. You know, he was like, man, I used to play that song all the time. When I was like, Dad, like I remember. And I was like, it hit me because like I didn't really realize like me as a kid, like I never would have even like I never could have even fathomed the things that like are that the things that are capable of like never in a million years like as a kid would I have thought that I would have played pro basketball. Never as a kid in a million years would I thought that I would just be sitting and training from a computer and making tens of thousands of dollars a day from a fucking computer. Like we had zero expectations for none of this. It's just that the things just came available and we just took advantage of the opportunities. Like I never in a million years thought that like I would do something like just even this. Like I'm just being honest with you. Like getting rich wasn't even something where like I was just trying to do. Like I was just trying to survive on a daily basis. Just trying to make it to the next day. Us getting a car was a huge thing. I'll never forget the time where like my dad bought a car. Where like he got his tax refund check and I will never forget the time when I was on the phone with him that day. And I was like, and my dad went out and he bought a 1995 Chevy Tahoe. And this was in like 2009. In like 2008, 2009, he bought a 1995 Chevy Tahoe, a big ass Suburban with like 150, 200,000 miles on it. And I'll never forget he got his tax money. And like, I'll never forget that feeling because we were so fucking poor. And my dad handed me an envelope because he just went to the bank. And like, I told my dad and I started crying. And I told my dad and I was like, Dad, you remember that time to where we were getting ready to go buy this car on Facebook Marketplace. Or no, so not Facebook Market, because Facebook Marketplace wasn't popular back then. I was like Craigslist, and you handed me that envelope, and I thought it was like a dream, and you were like, "Hey, count that money up, son," and my dad threw the envelope on top of me, and he threw it on top of me like that, and he was like, "Hey, count that money up, son. We're getting ready to go buy a car. No more, no more Subway." Well, they don't call it a Subway, they call it MARTA. My dad was like, "No more MARTA, son," because we always used to catch the bus and walk everywhere. And my dad was like, "I've been working on this," but in reality, he just got his tax refund back, and he was going to devote every dime that he had to doing this. And I'll never forget. I'll never forget, because I was like 11, 12 years old. I knew how to count, and my dad handed me an envelope, and I counted it up. And that shit was like 40. It was either $4,400 or it was $4,800. And I'll never forget that feeling. And my dad was like, and I told my dad, I was like, 4,500? And he was like, no, I didn't say 4. I was like 4,500. My dad was like, no, count it up again. And I was like, man, Dad, I'll never forget exactly what I said, verbatim, because I'd never seen that much money. And my dad was like, count it up again. And I was like, man, this is a lot to count. And he was like, but you need to get it right. And I was like, whoa. Wow. Yeah, I remember that like it was yesterday. Damn.
Yeah, memories are great.
Yeah.
Triple bottom on ES.
I remember that like it was yesterday. Be on alert. Yeah, I remember that.
They just created it. Perfect triple.
Thanks, bro. Man. Whoa. Man. Jesus Christ. I was so... I was so poor. I remember. I was so fucking poor. Wow. Shit. That's why I take this shit seriously. Serious. I remember that shit like it was yesterday. Shit. Look at this options down 30%. That shit is still dumping. What the hell? Wow, I remember that. Huh. You know? That piece of shit of options. They want to dump this. That's more of a year, bro. I'll never forget that, bro. That's why I take this seriously. This is not a joke. I think they're about to take out this 720. Let me lock in. They're not poor no more. Pop's proud. Yeah, nah, for sure. That's my man's. Thank you, brother. That reminds me of The Pursuit of Happiness. 100%. My dad, 100%. That's in my top 5 favorite movies. That's exactly how my dad and I were. The Pursuit of Happiness is literally my exact life. My dad and I used to cry to that movie all the time. I'm being dead serious. We used to. It was just like that. It literally just like that. Down to the mom. literally down to the mom starting a new life and just leaving us. I'm being dead serious. And my dad being like, nah, he's coming with me, you know? But my dad just figured out a way. But I didn't get any money from it. I didn't get no money from that. Like, it wasn't like my dad got some crazy job and and my dad became like a millionaire. No. My dad was just a normal guy. But some people just don't get that lucky. I was lucky. I'm 6'9". I'm 6'9", and I had a crazy work ethic to go to school for free. If otherwise, I'd probably be dead by now. I'm being dead serious.
I used to like mow lawns and deliver newspapers.
I remember.
You know, on my bike, riding around, throwing newspapers around to people's houses.
Yeah.
We did this one garage.
Look at this.
Look at this option newspapers, put them in a basket in the front of our bicycle, and then ride around the neighborhood delivering newspapers.
Yeah.
They don't have them anymore. Shit.
Do you scalp trade? Yes. Scalp trade, and I send out stock swinging alerts. I apologize if this is your first time watching me trade, and you're probably looking at this dude like, bro, lock in and tighten up. Why's that grown ass man crying on his fucking TikTok? Are you trying to dude? Are you fucking crying, trying to convince me to sign up for a $15 a month membership? No, it's just that the things that I send out inside here, like, I take this very seriously. And I know for a fact that the things that I am sending out inside here can ultimately change your life. So it gets me very emotional because I remember when I was watching and I wish I had an instructor, but like I couldn't afford one. And I remember and I was like just praying every single day for like a break, praying every single day that life just doesn't crush you and destroy you. And I remember being so poor, you know, and sometimes all it takes is one break. A millionaire changed in every single portion of my life, and this is a critical review, and I am just now thinking about this. Every single monumental inflection point in my, monumental shift in my life occurred from me finding a millionaire mentor. I swear to God on my entire soul. And but I've told you guys the story about my millionaire trading mentor. And I've briefly explained the story about a millionaire basketball mentor. His name was Jerry Stackhouse. He was making $10 to $15 million a year. And he was playing for the Dallas Mavericks at the time. He was on a $10 million a year contract. And I saw his life and it motivated me. You know Jerry? Of course I do. I played with Stackhouse Elite back in the day when they first formed. See what I'm saying? You can look me up. My name is Eric Hamilton. I remember. And what happened was the same exact way that I got motivated with trading. He motivated me because I was just a poor kid in ninth grade. And he walked up to me and I didn't even know who he was. He was like Unc. Like I was like, well, no, I lied. I knew who he was because I saw him playing on television. And I see him all the time. I used to live in Nashville. Yep. And so he walked up to me and he walked up to my dad and I was like, Dad, Jerry Stackhouse wants to start an AAU team. And my dad thought that I was joking because we were poor. So like we didn't think of no opportunities. And so like I couldn't afford to play AAU basketball. I could not afford to play travel basketball because the travel basketball fee was like $500. We couldn't afford no shit like that. And so he presented the opportunity. He was like, the only thing that I'm going to ask of you, which is what I tell people inside Discord, I was like, it's for you to invest in yourself and for you to work hard. And I told my dad, and my dad was like, bro, stop playing. And I was like, nah, Dad, he's over there, look. And my dad looked, and Jerry Stackhouse was over there waving. He was like, hey, I'm thinking about starting up an AAU team. And he was like, it'll be free. He was like, I'm just thinking about doing this. And long story short, What happened was the seismic shift in me happened not necessarily because of the opportunity. I could not quantify the things that would ultimately happen to my life in that moment. I could not put that into words. I'm telling you, I understand that, and I understand what he's saying. Just like how I'm verbally telling you right now that you can make $5,000 to $10,000 a day doing exactly what I'm doing right now for for minimum startup costs. 99% of you will not believe me. So help me God, you will not believe me. You will look at it and you'll go, bro, like, that sounds all good and dandy, but like, I just want to make $150, $200 a day. You will not believe anything that I am telling you because you can't quantify it because it's not a part of your reality right now. So I could not quantify that. I understood he made $10 million a year, but that was not a part of my reality. I wasn't even being recruited by schools. Nothing. I just wanted someone to pay attention to me though back then at the time, right? So, but what I could see was when I went over to his house looked like this. Well, back then his house was not like this because you got to keep in mind this was literally 18 years ago. 16 years ago. Holy shit. This was 16 years ago. So he didn't have literally a $4,000 82-inch OLED hanging from his wall and like a fucking fireplace like this. Like, he didn't have this. But back then, his house looked like a spaceship. So when I walked into his house, I saw how he was living. And when I walked into his house, his wife did not get on his nerves. Whenever my mom spoke to my dad, they always fought. They hated each other. Like, I didn't even like my mom at the time, but I didn't understand it, long story short, until I got older because she was so poor. That's why she couldn't stay in contact with me. She was just trying to survive, but I didn't understand that. I was a child. But nevertheless, though, they were fine. I had a bald-ass head, and his kids had haircuts. My teeth were crooked as fuck, and I had a big-ass gap in between my teeth, and his kid had straight teeth, and they looked like veneers. And I looked, and I was like, obviously, like, I couldn't see this at the time, but like, there would be times where, like, if he caught a flat tire, he would just get it serviced. Like, a flat tire with me and my father, it would literally destroy us for like a week or two until we got a patch for $20. Like, the problems that he was facing in life, like, they never existed. They ceased to exist. And I saw how he was living, and I saw how happy the people that were around him were. And I saw how good of a leader he was. And I said to myself, what are the habits that this person is doing, and what will I have to do in order to accomplish these things? And I tried to submit myself to that process. He became my role model. And I looked at every single thing that he was doing, and I ultimately saw that the things that I was doing were not in alignment with what a millionaire was doing. His bed was made up every single day. His wife made the bed, but it was made up every single day. I walked over to my refrigerator, and my refrigerator looked like someone threw up inside of it. It was disgusting. There were stains and shit like that all beside the refrigerator. It was just disgusting. Like, we would spill something inside the refrigerator, just not even clean it up. Like, just no attention to detail. I walked inside his refrigerator. It was spotlessly clean, like he was getting ready to sell it. You would walk across my floor, nobody would fucking sweep up. There would be like food particles on the floor from like us eating on the counters and shit like that. I walk across his floor, you could eat off the fucking floor. You could literally eat off the floor. That's how clean his floor was. And I started looking at the small things, and I was like, this is not a coincidence. And so I started to try to emulate the small things. He was up every single day before his alarm clock went off. And he was in the gym working out, making $10 million a year. He was already doing that. When I woke up, I would go, I don't really need to work out. I can get to it whenever I want to. Who was I? These are the habits that I started to pick up on, that I started to see and I started to notice. And I started to mentor these, and and I started to shadow these people. And it was only because he was willing to invite us to live with him. And I started being around a multi-millionaire on a daily basis, did my life ever begin to change. Because the things that I used to do, that even my father, as good of a father that he was, my father is one of the best fathers that I could ever have asked for. There were still certain things on a daily basis that I needed to see for myself. Because there were things to where, like, I would do something and Jerry, like, I promise you, like, I thought was normal, and Jerry Stackhouse would go, but what the fuck is wrong with you? Why are you doing that stupid shit? Just like my father. And he would go, stop doing that. You're not going to be successful doing that. Don't do that no more. And it wasn't until I submitted myself to the process that I actually become who I was destined to be. But I had to stop fighting everything. I'm being dead serious. And it was the same as I think with my trading mentor. I was watching this dude make $50,000 a day. And I could not put together 3 green days in a row, but I thought that I knew everything. And he was like, why do you keep doing that for? But he wasn't talking to me because I couldn't afford to be inside his Discord. But he was just saying that. Like he was like, you keep doing, but yet, he was Indian. He was like, but you keep doing, but yet not profitable. Don't do. And then it clicked. Hey, big bro, what's up? What's up, Serge? That shit motivated me. That shit motivation to me, 100%. You know, Jerry? When he coached for Vandy, yep. Can you send me the link via message? I got a new WAP account. Am I tripping? DM me on TikTok. DM me and say, yo, what's the link? And then, like, I'll DM it to you when I get on stream. Yo, bro, just asking, can you bless me with $35? I'll do a cash giveaway whenever I post. And, like, you can join, like, you can win. But I can't just randomly just send you $35, even though, like, I have it. I'm confused. I'm like, why I would do that? Like, I'm not trying to be rude. But I could do a cash giveaway, and you can enter by just making a simple comment, and you can win from there. But me sending you $35, like, I'm not sure what that would accomplish. Stackhouse was a beast in 2K. Yeah, he was an animal in NBA 2K. Not gonna lie, top 5 move for me. Strong pops capitalize every option. Mm-hmm. Thank God you are not dead in here changing lives. Thanks, Jones. I'm serious. I really think that I would be. I'm serious. Stackhouse was a bit. No, sir. I believe every word. Tell to TMI. We all have to keep dreaming big in here. This is our millionaire circle, 100%, Andrew. And guys, here's the deal. Guys, my goal as a kid was to make it to the NBA and to be just as good, if not better, than Jerry Stackhouse. But ultimately speaking, hold on. But however, ultimately speaking, that dream was only reality for one of us at the time that I grew up with. But we didn't know it I'm not gonna lie, he was way more talented. I was arguably the most talented person on that team. And then when I saw him, I saw what true talent was. When I saw Brandon Ingram do the same things at 14 years old that I was doing at 16 years old, I knew for a fact that he was the truth. Because there were things that he was doing that was better than me, and he was 14 years old. I think he had just turned 14. But that was only the reality for one of us. Only one of us accomplished every single thing that we set out for and that all of us had the same dream for growing up. We all wanted to be better than Jerry Stackhouse, and he always said, hey, you guys should aspire to be better than me. You all can do this. But ultimately speaking, out of the damn 50 of us that went through that program in the beginning over the course of that year or two, Brandon Ingram was the only person that actually decided to fully 100% make it to the NBA. And he is a better player than Jerry Stackhouse to this day. He is the only person. And he's probably made like, he's probably made like 300 million. Jerry only made like 50 million, 60 million. Brandon Ingram's probably up like 300 million to this day. And he's still playing, you know. So he's making like 20, he's making like 30, 40, I think he's making like $40 million a year right now. Ultimately speaking, but in hindsight, just because I didn't accomplish every single thing that I wanted to accomplish, of course I wanted to be in the NBA. Of course I wanted to be making $20, $30 million a year. That does not mean that we failed. That does not mean that I failed. There's so many different life lessons. There's so many different parts of this journey, you know, that can come about. So many different things, you know. I ended up getting a free education from basketball. There's so many different things, you know. That doesn't mean that I failed because I didn't reach the ultimate destination. Some of you, when you join here, you're going to see the amount of money that we make, and your goal is probably to try to make $10,000 a day. But ultimately speaking, let's just say you don't do that in like the next year or two. Let's just say that I get you to the point to where, hey, you know what? You're making $20,000 to $30,000 a month. I don't think that you failed. I don't think so. Hell, even if we get you to the point to where you're making $500 a day from this little computer and you never want to scale up and you just take it slow, I think that that's a blessing and a positive. There's so many different things that define success other than reaching the ultimate destination. The beauty is in the journey, not in the destination. I saw a video this weekend where there was this one guy who's like best friends with Drake. His name is Ben the Don. And Drake was standing right next to him. And this is when Drake gave out like $1 million over like this one live stream. And Ben was talking real shit. And he said in front of Drake, and Drake looked at him. Drake, yes, the singer Drake, Aubrey Graham Drake. And it hit me. It hit me. And this is why I started crying earlier. Because it hit me in this. Ben the Don said this, and I'm going to paraphrase this, but I'm actually going to quote it because I'll never forget this quote. I just saw this the other day. He said, guys, the beauty is in the journey, not in the destination. He was like, you don't want to get to a point to where you're so jaded from making so much money to where like life and things on a daily basis just do not affect you. And like he pointed to Drake, and Drake was standing right next to him. He was like, bro, this guy right over here, he was like, this dude right here will make $1 million in a day and not even give a fuck. And he was like, this is my man's, but like he's so mentally cooked to where like he doesn't even get excited whenever he sees $1 or $2 million anymore. And he was like, you don't want to get to that point. He was like, you want to appreciate every single portion of the journey from where you've been and building yourself up to then get there. That's where it is. But he was like, but once you get there, he was like, you're not going to care. He was like, I've seen this dude give away $1 million. He was like, he's about to give away $1 million right now. He was like, he doesn't even care. And he was like, you don't want to get to that point, man. He was like, you want to appreciate every single thing around you and the journey. Everything comes down to this journey. Your goal is to appreciate the journey on the way to being successful. And you can look back and have a newfound appreciation for that journey and embrace that journey. It is not in the destination. Because and he closed it with this. He was like, because once you get to the destination, it just is what it is. Like, it just happens. And you look back and you're just like, well, it just is what it is. I promise you, I'm being dead serious. I'll make like $40,000 or $50,000 a week in a week. And like, I just won't even care. But yet you'll see me cry over times to where like, I remember when my dad handed me $4,500 to count just to stop us from walking on the MARTA in this same city. Right now, I remember like it was yesterday. It is the journey and the destination. The journey is everything. Anyway, timestamp 11:55, 11:50 macro. Haircuts now $50 for kids. Y'all know this is crazy, huh? Look at that 11:50 macro squeeze. What the fuck? What were we doing?
I was in that mug.
You were in there?
Got out. Bro, look at that trade, bro. I shouldn't have got out, bro. That was on the TPT. I don't know why I didn't play like a longer play on the daily payout account. I just got up a buffer and like I was like, I'm cool with that. It would have been a good trade to just like trail heavy.
Mm-hmm. Where do I join? I got a post, and then like you have to make a comment on my most recent post. But I'll create the post today and I'll post it, and then you can join tomorrow. I'll maybe do a cash giveaway tomorrow. It's not no app. It's a post. I just do free cash giveaways all the time on live stream. But like I have to create a post and post it, and you have to make a comment on the post to be entered into the giveaway. SpaceX. Look at the market squeeze at this 1150 macro. Let's get back to focus. It's been hard to participate because they haven't swept liquidity. And so like they've just been goofing around all day. For me personally, just look at the market just goof around in this range. Look. The SPY has been in a 0.1% range all day. Look, the market has not moved. So I know I was going on a rant, but look, this is 0.1%. The SPY has been in all day. All day. We opened up, they went up in a straight line. I told you they were probably going to go lower, then they went lower. And they dumped it down in a straight line, and we've just been goofing around and going sideways nonstop since 10:50. For the last 90 minutes, we've done nothing. We've been in this range all day. They've done nothing, so I just go on a rant. It's very hard to appreciate a struggling journey, correct. This ain't no journey, it's a struggle at the moment. Yeah, it sucks. However, I believe in you. In order for you to get out, you're going to have to seize and take advantage of every single micro opportunity that you have. And when an opportunity presents itself, you need to make sure that you're ready. If you are not ready, you are going to miss out on an opportunity. The more money that you have and the more resources that you have, it ultimately affords you more opportunities in order for you to take advantage to then go forward. If you don't have money and resources in the beginning, you need... Excuse me. Sorry. Nose got stopped up. I'm not crying. Nose got stopped up. Hold on. Sorry, nose got stopped up. Sorry. You need to be stacking opportunities and putting yourself in position to take advantage of potential opportunities that are conducive to who you are as a human and to your personality. Like Thanos from the Avengers collects Infinity Stones. Like you need to be collecting them like collectibles. That's how you get out of the hole. Excuse me. I'm being honest. And you take advantage of opportunities. Yeah, no, I'm not crying right now. I was earlier. Because I remember how it felt. What strategy do you use? This whole convo was 100. Thanks. What strategy do you use? Marissa says. I use ICT discretionary, but more so liquidity. And like there's some models that I have inside Discord. There's some models that I have inside Discord that are time-based that I've done research on that have an extremely high probability of occurring. Timestamp 12 o'clock. That was that flash candle. They might go a little bit higher for this hourly open. You got to watch out. A lot of it is discretion, though. Mm-hmm. Mm. They're just goofing around and it's 12 o'clock. I thought the options trade is cooked. I thought I was going to take out 720, but they decided not to. They flipped this market around on a dime at this 1150 macro. Look at that market not go lower since 1150. Look at that. Can you believe that? That 1150 macro is nothing to short. You don't ever do nothing like that. There's like nothing that they're aiming for that like I can see. There's nothing
I'm
that
gonna be mad if fib levels, the 1150 macro bursting back through that 10 a.m. level. Like if all of this was like that entry I was just in on 3 micros was the entry to go get pre-market high at like 29. I guess it would be a brand new New York high day because pre-market's still like above that. That would be a wild entry if that's where this is going.
Yeah.
That's still, I mean, we're a little over halfway there, but it sure don't look like we got a little power below us now with like the cluster and whatnot. But
look at the high day on NQ.
Mm-hmm.
Is it 29,900 flat?
Yep.
Oh, dude, I'm gonna be so. If this keeps doing this, and that was my entry, I didn't bottom time, but whew, we've been a $700, $800, $900 freaking 3 micro entry, bro.
What's up, District? I just think that this is just aimless. I'm being dead serious. Like, we opened up here and then we went up in a straight line and they engineered LR. Then they gave it up and they ran it in full, or they completed it by running 90% of it. And then like we just went sideways. Like they're not doing anything. Like there's nothing here and the market's not even moving. It is literally frozen in place. It's not even moving. It's like if I take a position right now, I'm fully guessing. Like I'm going, well, I think they want to go lower. Like there's nothing here. They have these double bottoms over here, but that's a pipe stream away. Like based off of how these candles are moving now. So it's confusing. Like I see us rejecting this 1 and this 5-minute SIBI over here, and we're tapping into a 1 and a 5-minute SIBI FEG cluster here. But like, and we pop this high after flash this VWAP. Maybe they come down over here lower. And then why? Because we keep bouncing from this 15-minute BISI. Timestamp 1204.
I don't know, like the whole reason I was like comfortable with NQ just popping like the little internal high there and not even holding the VWAP was because I thought we were going to stay like toward the bottom of that range and be bearish. But all the way up here, I don't know. I mean, it seems more likely to keep pumping.
Yeah. So I just shorted this on 5 contracts here, and I'm going to try and get 100 ticks to the sell side off this. Like off of maybe the rejection this 1 of this 5 and, and this current market structure. But like other than that, like I don't see anything. I'm being dead serious. Huh?
You should get it.
The ES and SPX are already in that cluster right now.
I'm jumping the gun 4 or 5 minutes on this short. I'm jumping the gun 4 to maybe 5 minutes early on this short right now, headed at 1150 macro. The 1150 macro does not end for at least another 5 more minutes here. But they're just goofing around up here. They're just meandering. And so like, I'm hoping that like they reject this 1 of this 5-minute SIBI here and then go lower. I mean, that's it. That's all that I got. Be on alert. Look at that. Buy stop. Risk free. Jesus. They stopped it out, break even. See that? I'll be right back.
Yep.
I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab some water. I'm gonna take a break why? Because this is disgusting. Now they want to go lower. Shit.
Yep.
I knew it. Now they want to go lower after stopping me out break even. They would have took it straight to the TP too. See what I'm saying?
Yep.
Now they want to go lower. They're rejecting this. They're confusing people. I don't want to be too oversized on this. I don't want to be too oversized on this and goof around with this. I wonder if I can get 80 ticks to the sell side of this move. Timestamp 12:07. I'm gonna short this. I'm gonna short this on 5 contracts, and I'm gonna try and get 80 ticks to the sell side off of this. These people are goofing around. Just look at them. Look at them. Look at that. This is disgusting.
Order submitted.
Look at that. Look at how small that the candles are moving.
Yeah.
Deep positive HVL. They're going to stop this trade out at break even too. I'm just getting nickel and dime to death. Look at
There you
that.
go.
Look at them goof around. Look at that. Holy shit.
There you go. There you go.
Holy shit. Should I front run this slightly? Probably so.
Order fell.
By a few ticks I take. Why? Because they're goofing around. Look at that. It took it straight to the fucking TP. Again. Can you go over a trade you took today? I'm spawning the trade right now. I'm just taking literally all that I'm doing right now is that I'm just taking base hits. So like that trade you just saw just now was like a free $120 off 5 micros. Like I'm just taking base hits from where I see that they're getting ready to go right now. That's it. But they're just goofing around. So like once I see that they're getting ready to target a specific draw on liquidity, then I take it. But see, like if I shorted this over here, and if I didn't get out at 80 to 100 ticks, they're gonna bounce it out of this. They're gonna bounce it out of this FVG cluster right over. You see this 1 of this 5-minute FVG cluster? What the indicator says, and I'm about to use this as fuel and then stop me out. See what I'm saying? So like the market's moving so slow to where like if you can get 80 to 100 ticks like how I'm doing right now, you need to count it as a blessing. And you need to be out. They're goofing around. But they're just meandering. Look at the SPY. Look, SPY is doing absolutely nothing. They could bounce this or they could dump this. Who knows what they'll do? It's best to be on alert. Look at them. Just look. Look, we have no idea if they're going to go higher or lower. This feels like Asia. Correct. That's why it's confusing. Be on alert. I'm up $315 today on 5 micros. It's best I be on alert. It's probably best I call it a day because they're goofing around now, you know? You'd be surprised what you can accomplish on 3 to 5 micros. That's $15,000 today on 2 goofy little trades. Just talking while I was crying. A grown man, I was crying, reminiscing on the past. I remember how it felt. They want to go lower for right now. That's why when they stopped me at a break even, I re-shorted it again. So they stopped me out at break even here, and the next minute I re-entered again because I thought they were going to flash this VWAP and go lower, at least another 80 ticks or so, and they did so. Base hit at 80 ticks, 5 micros, nothing more, nothing less, $200. Honestly speaking, like if you just did that once a day, and if you just did if you just did 10 of those trades, you would get a max payout. Like just one trade a day for 10 days, you would get a max payout. But 98% of people cannot do that. Why? Because they get so greedy and they blow up all of the money. You will make more money than me while you're inside here on a daily basis. I swear to God, you will. I promise you will. Can we be consistent?
Yeah, I'm up 670 across all my accounts.
Then I think you should be done for the day. This is disgusting.
Yeah, I'm done. I passed 4 evals.
This option trade is down 77%. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, the theta decay.
The theta decay
eating
destroyed
out.
this. I'm gonna close this trade up. I'm gonna close this trade for a $15 loss on this options position. Why? Because I just goofing around on theta decay.
You just threw that money away.
I just threw that money away on that demo account. I don't think they're going to take that out right now. So I just personally don't think that it's just worth me goofing around with it. Maybe tomorrow it'll be better, and then I'll do the exact same thing on another account. So that $1,000 that I made the other day, I gave it up, or $1,200 that I made, whatever it was, I give it up.
Is your drawdown on Tradecopia, is everything's like clean on your end? Like it's showing you all your accounts and your drawdowns for like the different firms and whatnot?
No. Nope.
So it's like making
See?
you have to like type.
You see it?
Yeah, it's like making me have to like individually.
It's annoying. It's annoying.
I'm not-
I just ignore
I'm
that.
not-
I just ignore that.
Yeah, I'm just gonna, I guess, not think about
Click
it all
skip.
then. Like I'm not about to go and type all that. That is crazy, bro.
No, I'm not doing that. Click skip. Hopefully, in the next 30 days, they'll send out an update to where it was before, because people will send out, because what it is the masses have to send out a lot of complaints, or it has to be brought to their attention how annoying it is, and then they'll send out an update to where you could update it once and never have to do it again, or they could just make it go back to how it was before. That's typically what has to happen. So it has to annoy enough people, and then they'll catch on. But for me, so for now, worst case scenario, I just have to click skip. So when I click skip and ignore, yeah, that thing says there, but like I'm not even looking at that. I'm looking at the active P&L over here on the right. They went lower. I took a loss today. Damn, I'm sorry, TBO. Might go to that 1 hour unfilled at 923. Or even all the way up to London high at 074. They're dumping it. The orders are under 2 p.m. 4-hour low from Friday. Go long once price sweeps 2 p.m. 4-hour low and respects 10 a.m. wick from Friday. I need a high point, or like I need a low point, or I need a double top, or I need a triple top high, or I need some indication that they're just not going to be goofing around. I need them to, like you said, I need them to sweep a liquidity zone. I need something to appear. There's nothing here. Look at them. Just look at this time distortion. This is egregious. This is criminal. But it's to be expected. There's no news drivers. Now watch them come up with some random weird Iranian headline and the market to squeeze up 1/3% in one candle. Why? Just to say F you to the people that are just in trades randomly. And they won't be able to react. Watch. They're just goofing around. This is disgusting. I'm sick of it. Not me, but you get the point. They teased my TP. Glad I front ran it. Base hits, building these accounts to buffer. Good job. Look at that. They dumped it from where I shorted it, see? I shorted off of this cluster here. I shorted off this 1 and this 5-minute SIBI cluster right over here, see? And I took base hit of 80 to 100 ticks, see? They shot this up and this move was fake, and I shorted it by using the current overall immediate market structure. The market structure overall is bearish. Look, low, high, low, high, low, high, see? Simple, kindergarten trading, market structure. They bounced this, it's fake. They swept this internal, and they tapped into this cluster over here that you see highlighted, and then they started dumping out of it. You need to have this FEG clusters indicator on your chart, because where these things overlap at is usually where they like to bounce from, Look, every time that we touch one of these highlighters on, this shit bounces or it reacts in some way. So if they go up in a straight line and they flash this VWAP and they touch this, why would I not think they're ready to go lower? So I shorted it. This is the answer Marissa Future's question. So I'm literally answering the logic and the reasoning behind that trade that I took just now off of that base hit. But the market's goofing around and going sideways. So if you short this, thinking that you're gonna make 2,000 ticks off this short, then they're gonna come back and stop you out, and then you're not gonna get nothing. So you got to understand the current market conditions that we're in, but that doesn't mean that you can't read it and take base hits out of it and then be at your goal by the end of the day. Look at them bounce it right back, and then look, it would have stopped me out of break even again. Every time they touch into one of these clusters like this or a 15-minute BISI, they bounce. We touched this 5-minute SIBI and we shit the bed. Made $1,200 done. You're done for the day, Tano. Good job, sir. Way to lock in with us at work, sir.
Good job.
Yes. Look at them. They would have stopped me at a break even without the money in my account. Base hit I take. I think we should be done. I think they're good. What trade view indicators are those? My indicator, the FEG clusters indicator. It plots out all of the FEGs here, as you can see on your chart, on your screen, excuse me, here. The FEG clusters indicator by NQ Insider. It shows the FEG clusters, and it can show IFEGs as well. When it gets inversed, it gets removed. Or you can keep it there on your chart, but I don't like my chart being cluttered. All right? And there's no other indicator on the planet that's like this that highlights the zones where they overlap. And the name of it is called FVGC, FVG cluster. You see how we tapped into this cluster and I shorted it, and then they dumped it? Why? Because they started rejecting the power of a 185-minute cluster. And it's the same exact way for the upside too. If you think that we're going to go higher, you can use them as fuel. It removes the thinking portion, and then you can back test it as well. That's the first one. The next one is called the liquidity indicator by liquidity draws by NQ Insider here. It shows all of these highs. It shows the swing highs, swing lows. It shows double top and perfect double tops, perfect bottoms, double tops and double bottoms, triple tops and triple bottoms, the whole nine. It shows them. Perfect round hole numbers, which is the strongest drawn liquidity on the planet. It's nothing stronger than this. So you need to be paying attention to that. And there's a back testing feature where you can go back and look at the past invalidated occurrences. It is all free to the Discord members. It's free. I don't charge for nothing. I'm not trying to make no money off you, but I don't want scammers to come inside here. So I have to charge a monthly fee. And I also have to charge a monthly fee. Why? So that you feel as though, why? So that you stop wasting your time. If it's free, you'll go, man, I can learn 3 or 4 months from now. And then we'll blink and it'll be 12 months from now and you'll still be losing money. But for maybe, honestly speaking, some of y'all not even considering $59 a month. But it's at least somewhat respectable for the average everyday person. So if you can't commit 3 Chipotle burritos with guac a month, 2 or 3 of them a month, to changing your life with sound education, then you're not serious for real. I'm being dead serious. You're not serious for real. Then that tells me that like we just don't need to be talking. You can just watch for free. You can watch us do it. And then you can claim that everything's a scam and that nobody wants to help you. Yes, I am. What's the average percent of people that join and actually stick with it and are profitable? It's extremely high. Like extremely high. What that exact percentage is, I would be doing you a disservice. I would be doing you an extreme disservice by saying, hey, it's 80% or hey, it's 90%. But that number also varies because I have students inside here that for example, Surge, like this, for example. Look, like, let me give you a real life example, Surge, which is my boy. Serge is my boy. So let me help him out. Like this, for example, Serge. Hold on, look. Look, hold on real quick. Stop. Like, literally stop. Let me show you this. Look, I'm gonna show you right now. See this guy right over here? Look. Let's look at Zero's messages for the day. Hit my daily TP. I'm done for the day. He says, on vacation, took that short on the funded in the passenger seat. Thank you, sir. Oh, no, you can't see that. Here. Sorry. Why? Because people go, hey, you're making those words up. Here. From the passenger seat. Thank you, sir. Like this dude right here. He says, I got that satellite connection. See? He's making money right now. So he hit his TP and he accomplished everything. He's probably up like $600-700 across all of his funded accounts. I can't remember the exact number or whatever the hell he said he's up. Oh, here it is right over here. See? He understands, right? But like, if I click on this guy's profile, right? And like, if I go over here to like my DMs and look, he's listening to my voice. If I just scroll up to here, look. He says, hey man, I've been going through it. I'm so frustrated and I'm on the brink of giving up. Oh no, you can't see that. Here it is right here. Look. I'm on the brink of giving up. I'm exhausted. I'm a retail store manager and schedule myself to 12 to 3 every shift I work during the week so I can be on between 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. and catch your stream. Then after work, come home and study what I can for a few hours. I keep blowing evals and funded accounts. Just this week alone, I blown 4 funded and 7 evals. I'm so upset with myself because I was up 600, blah, 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 and I keep losing, blah, blah, blah. He says, I need this to work. I'm putting so much pressure on myself. Where do I go from here? Appreciate all you do, man. Look at the date on this. That was just like 3 months ago. Look. Look. I'm being dead serious. Now look. Now I come over here and now look. Dude is literally like student of the month, literally student of the week. Where's it at? Where's the MVP chat? Look, Hall of Fame. I'm getting ready to send it out again. Look, where was it at? Zero was student of the week. Look, that's Jesse. His 0. First payout, second payout of the week again. Look, $1,300. Look, just taking payouts. Look, that's what I'm saying. So, and. Yeah, and he's taking multiple payouts. So I mean, like, I can't like quantify it. And the last student of the week, he's getting ready to win it again. It was Rye, and look at what Rye said. Look, like if I go over here to my DMs, look at what Rye said. Look, where's Rye at? It's somewhere inside here. I know that for a fact. Hey, look at Rye. Rye says, "Hey, I just want to let you know that I requested my first payout about 4 months ago." And I've been taking everything you've been saying and everything you've been teaching. I'm 24 years old with 2 daughters, and I'm working as a police officer to support my family. But I honestly hate my job. There's something in common. Most of these people don't hate their jobs. Most of the people hate their jobs, so they have a motivation to want to actually learn and to submit themselves to the process. I barely have time for them, as this career has consumed my life. Just wanted to let you know you changed my life. I not only proved it to myself but to my family. Thank you, E. Much love. And then look, I come over here. Look. I come over here and I click on this. Look what he says. Look. In the profit train, look what he says. Look. Look what bro says. Look. Look. Hold on. Scroll up. Nope. No. Not there. No. Oh, shit. First one with Apex. Man, this week has been amazing. 15K first week of August. Not in profits. 15K in withdrawals. Look. He's up 15 to $20,000 this week so far, and August just began. It's August 10th. Look. And then that does not include the AK payout he just got literally like a week ago. And that does not include the payout that he got from here, which is the Hall of Fame. Look, because he won it the other week. Hold on, because that's Jay. And that's Nico. That's Colt. Okay, so Colt won it. And then where's Rye at? No, that's 0. Where's Rye at? Because I do it once a week. I know for a fact Rye is in here somewhere. Oh, yeah, here's Rye right over here. Look. Look, last week, a $4,000 payout. And then he got another $8,000 payout just now. Look. Literally, Ryan. See? So, like, I can't say, hey, you'll start making $15,000 to $20,000 a week in 30 to 45 days. Like, I can't say that. Like, I can't say that. Like, his journey took like 4 or 5 or 6 months. Zero's journey when he started taking this shit seriously, probably took about 3 or 4 months for him to start getting payouts. And other students, it might take you 8 months. But we're going to stop the bleeding, and you're going to see habits, and you're going to figure out what you're doing wrong. That's what that's the first thing that we need to do. We need to manage it, and we need to avoid shit like this. You need to stop goofing around and stop doing stuff like this. But I tell people all the time, people understand that they need to go to school and need to go through $200,000 or $300,000 in debt to then make $150,000 a year, $200,000 a year at the absolute most, if you're lucky, after 4 or 5 years of being employed, and go to school for a higher level degree for 8 years and hire a mentor there, and to spend $50,000 to $100,000 a year at a higher prestigious university. But when a multimillionaire that's actually doing it and that's making literally 4 or 5 times what the cap is for what you're trying to do, is displaying it on person every single day, and he just says, hey, it's going to cost you $59 a month. People go, they start snorting at it. Or they start listening to people who have no idea what the fuck they're talking about. And then people go, and and they go, well, and other people who aren't there go, man, you know what? You can learn this for free, bro. Just go online and just search up the answers. This is poisoning your brain. Or they'll poison you and they go, well, if that dude was really having it like that, and if he was really making money like that, then he would do it for free. Who the fuck told you that? Who told you that? So I'm just supposed to just go out on a branch, and whenever you decide to take it seriously is when I'll be rewarded and I don't get nothing in return? What kind of world? The world does not operate like that. You think I'm supposed to just send out stock swinging alerts like this for the free ski and tell you the person's making $15,000 to $20,000 a week? And just hopefully just maybe one day in like God knows how many months you'll wake up or you'll take what I'm saying seriously? Are you crazy as hell? Keep doing that. Keep waiting. Keep waiting. Keep waiting. And then keep waiting, and I'll tap my clock. And I'll tap the clock, and we'll fast forward 5 years from now, and then let me know how many people have come to your rescue with that same logic. And then the person who had a little bit more common sense to you, we'll look and we'll see where they're at. That's what we'll do. So be on alert. Coming back to the daily times, they're just goofing around. That's why I'm going on this rant like this. They're just goofing around. When they're displaced from the zone and when they stop goofing, look at that. They would have stopped the trade at their break even, and then they went right back to the TP. If I didn't take this 100 ticks like this, I would have been cooked. They would have flashed it up and went straight to the TP again, and it stopped it out, and then they would have dumped it again. There is nothing in mind with what these people are doing. This is disgusting, and it's sickening. You need to avoid stuff like this. They go up in a straight line, they show me something I like, then I'll short it here, then I'll go to the TP. Otherwise, I'm not doing anything right now. I'm not doing anything. I shorted it here and they dumped it and they took it straight to the TP. I shorted it here and they dumped it and took it straight to the TP. Everything else, they've just gone sideways. And then on top of it, they would have stopped me at a break even here if I didn't get out over here again.
Yeah, this is horrible.
This is horrible. Everything that they have done, they've done nothing today.
No.
They've accomplished nothing.
No.
They're blowing up people's accounts. And believe it or not, I guarantee you there's at least 3 or 4 people watching it right now. Listen to my voice and going, bro, this dude's going on this rant right now. Why is he not in a trade right now? Press the long or short button, man. I'm trying to make some money. I'm being dead serious. The fee is definitely not my main issue, but I would definitely get, oh yeah, nah. All you gotta do is hit me up, Serge. Text me. Text me. This market sucks so bad. It's moving like Asia.
Yeah, I'm up over 600 on all my accounts, so I'm done for today.
Yeah.
Disconnect my accounts and just maybe do sim trading.
What the hell was that? What the fuck? You look up. Look, whoa, 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 whoa. Stop and do nothing. This is the largest volume balance I have ever seen in reality.
Balance there?
I've never seen something this large ever in my entire life. But the problem is you need to wait for it to hit the wire to confirm. If they're saying bombs are going off, then it's going to blow up your account and then go there. Watch out. I don't know what that is. I'm waiting on my wire to trip. I've never seen something this large before. This is the largest volume balance I have ever seen in my entire life on the MNQ. My newswire just said, yo, what the fuck was that? He just said that verbatim. I am not joking. Stop.
I'm grabbing cheap ones. I don't know what the fuck that was. Has to be oil.
He said, I don't know what the fuck that was. That's what he just said.
Truth post.
Bang.
Oh, it might be a dud.
Trump truth post. Hold on. I told you I was gonna do this. I told you I was gonna do this, right? I told you I was gonna do this. I told you that they were waiting there and that they were gonna wait on some Iranian headline or some weird shit like that, and they're gonna blow people's accounts up.
You know what the headline was?
Told you.
No.
What did Trump say?
Trump.
So yeah, you could pick up the initial move from it.
Sorry. I told you it was gonna hit the wire.
What did he say? You know?
I see that representatives of the Islamic Republic of Iran are asking for compensation for the damage done to them during the last 5-month military conflict, in parentheses, started because they will not have a nuclear weapon, close parentheses, even though it was never mentioned in any of our negotiations or meetings, exclamation point. But it is an interesting idea because now I am likewise demanding compensation from Iran for all of the people that they have killed and gravely wounded with their roadside bombs in many conflicts for which they are famous, as led initially by General Soleimani, including the families of those unalived on the USS Cole and thousands of others unalived in combat. He said the K word. Additionally, the compensation should be paid to the families of hundreds of thousands of innocent protesters that Iran has unalived over the last 50 years, not to mention the 52,000 that have been unalived in the last 5 months. Whoa. That's a lot of people. I have instructed my representatives to put this firmly into any and all future negotiations. Thank you for your attention to this matter. President Donald J. Trump. That's what that candle was. I told you it was going to hit the wire. The market does not move like that if it's not something like that that hits the wire. It's just a matter of, do you know? That's what that was just now, just so you're aware.
Yep.
I told you. I told you the way to do nothing. That's a nothing burger. That's a nothing burger, and they're about to come up here and fill this volume balance. Here, watch this. That's a nothing burger. Watch out. Watch out. You need to watch out for this volume balance right over here. Watch out. Where is this at? Watch out. You need to watch out. You need to look out for this volume balance over here. Now, look, it's on the MNQ. It's not on the NQ. The volume balance does not exist on the NQ, but it is. But it's there on the MNQ. I'm about to forward test this. Watch out now. I'm gonna put this volume balance up here. Look at this now. Look, watch this now. Look, where's it at? Volume balance. Watch this now. Where's it at? Where's the volume balance? True volume balance. Now watch this. Watch out now. Watch out now. That's a 2200. Watch out now. This is serious. You need to watch out for that. They're reducing this volume balance. Now look, you see this? Watch out now. Look at it. You see this? They're reducing it slowly but surely. They're eating into this. This is the NQ inside the volume balance indicator. That's the largest one that I've ever seen in my entire life. I've never seen anything like that before. This is not something that I was short. I've never seen anything like this before. If it was not geopolitical war tension news, I would long this. But I just don't trust them because they're trying to figure it out. We need to watch that volume balance. I'm not going to play that. I'm going to just watch this. Why? Because if it was on the NQ, I would long it. But I'm not going to do it on the MNQ. I want to see how strong it is, and I want to forward test it. I don't have that many data samples in regards to them coming up here to come fill this. On the MNQ. On the NQ, I do. If this was on the NQ, I would full port this on 60 contracts almost. Why? Because I would know they're getting ready to go there. But they didn't do it on the NQ. The NQ was absolute, you see? The NQ was absolute, and it filled it. The MNQ was just trying to track the NQ. They don't give a shit about the MNQ. They care about the NQ.
Yeah.
So you need to understand that.
I made $50 off a long.
Absolutely. So watch out. I don't trust them. I'll watch this. We're going lower. No. I gotta watch
On the
it.
way.
You see how they dumped that shit? Jesus. 719 put us at 19 cents. Jesus. That same 719 put us at 45 cents now. That 0 to T chain is a mother effer. I gotta hold on to that position. That's what I gotta do. Like, I sold it at 19 cents. I gotta trust my intuition. That's what I gotta do. Somehow, somewhere they were gonna manufacture an event to go lower. That gap is egregious. I've never seen nothing like that ever in my life. That gap is destroying me mentally. I've never seen anything like that. I've never not once seen that. So because I haven't seen that, I'm not going to trade that. I'm not going to put my money on the line the moment I see something that has never occurred. That's not smart. That's not wise. This is interesting watching how the market is reacting. Correct. Nothing about structure is saying long, accumulation, manipulation, the FVG distributed 2 p.m. low. There's nothing that you can tell me that will make me want to long this. There's nothing that you can do to convince me to long this. What questions you got, Serge? Because I want to try and help as many people as possible. What questions you got? You can ask them right now, and I will answer you truthfully. What questions do you have? What are your concerns? And just answer them straight up or ask them straight up like how you would on live stream. Do you trade order flow or do not? When would you trade this? I would not trade this. Trump just sent out a tweet about geopolitical war tension news just now. And they're still going sideways. Look at the SPY. Look. SPY look at this disgusting price action. Look at this. They bled it out nonstop since 12 o'clock. And then they give a liquidation dump candle, and now they're still within that same candle. There's nothing here. How much they're joining it? Oh, yeah, I just seen it. It's $59 per month. Lifetime membership at $299. Even if you join Discord just for the stock swing alerts, you would make minimum 60 to probably 80% off your entire portfolio in 12 months. I am an excellent stock picker, and I send it out inside here as well for swing trade alerts that are literally almost risk free. Not risk free. Everything has risk, but that are a no brainer if you hold for a minimum up to 6 months. But they sometimes happen within less than 30 days, though. Like that SpaceX went 30% in 2 weeks. People are buying that from inside Discord. You know, the value is insane from inside here. Day trading aside, just the things that we talk about will ultimately change and reshape and remold your brain into you being a highly professional multimillionaire. Your brain needs to change in order for you to become a millionaire. You can't have a poor mentality's brain and be a millionaire. That's impossible. Cannot do that. Well, it was possible, but you're not gonna be a millionaire for long. That's the thing that sucks about it. Watch out. When I pass my eval, I want to get the lifetime. What I would honestly do, and this is me honestly speaking, you should watch for free, sure, that's fine. But however, you need to be very cautious for you not starting a snowball effect. I am not, trust me, I don't need your money. I do not. So help me God, I do not. I do not. So please don't take this as though like I'm trying to convince you so that I can get you to sign up for $49 for 3 months for that knowledge center. I'm going to tell you the truth. What I am going to tell you right now, unfortunately, is not a journey that you have personally been down, but it is a journey that most people decide to go down, and on as to why they can never escape the rabbit hole or the hamster wheel. Because most people say that. They go, oh, well, man, this is an amazing opportunity. I see what other people are doing. Man, you know what? Once I finally turn profitable, once I finally get to that journey and destination, that is exactly when I am going to finally capitalize, when I'm finally going to enjoy it, when I'm finally going to pay for things. Right? But see, the issue with this snowball effect is this. The cost of your tuition continuously keeps on going higher the more accounts that you blow and the longer that you stay on the road of not being profitable. So deals that are extremely enticing become less enticing over the course of time. So like, for example, if you're down $5,000-$10,000 to the props, you're going to look back and you're going to go, damn, I've been on this journey now for the last 2 years. And you know what? I'm down $10,000. Man, I can't afford to give nobody $1,500 for no classes, even though you should not be doing that. But I'm just saying, hey, you know what? This is a life-changing opportunity. And this guy's only asking me for $1,000. Man, you know what? This really could change my life. But you know what? I don't have $1,000 to give today because I've already given $10,000 already to the market maker. So I'll wait later. And then when you lose another $5,000, you go, well, damn, I'm down $15,000 now. I damn sure can afford that now. Versus if you would have bit the bullet initially and you would have signed up, it would have been pennies on the dollar. But see, it's a snowball effect that continuously keeps on happening. Look at that goddamn options go. Where's the options at? Shit. Anyway. Yeah. So that's typically what happens. And the only way to break that cycle is for you to stop. And for you to seriously invest in getting to the destination in the most efficient way that you possibly can. There is no other way, unfortunately. I apologize, but there's just no other way. Like, that's just like how it works with this. You want to know why? Because if you lose conservatively $5,000 over the course or $6,000 over the course of 3 months, which is nothing whenever it comes to live trading or with props, let's close your eyes. Do you understand that you you're paying $2,000 per month to learn and you didn't learn anything and you're not any closer to your destination? But no one thinks of it like that. No one stops and goes, if I lose $10,000 right now this second with pressing this fucking button, or if I lose $10,000 of my hard-earned money with doing this shit over the next 3 months, 4 months, I literally just paid the market $2,500 per month. $2,500 per fucking month. And I'm no closer to profitability because I've been deemed a failure. But no one stops and looks at it like that. And the sad part about it is you'll go, well, I'm already down $10,000. I might as well keep going. But that is the exact opposite of what you should do. You keep on crashing cars. You're crashing a car. You don't know how to drive. Why are you saying, hey, when I actually learn how to drive and stop crashing my car, then that's when I'll go in and then that's when I go get my driver's license? Why not stop right now this second, go get a driver's license, hire an instructor and give that instructor $750 to $1,000 and then save you crashing 30, 40, 50, 60, $70,000 vehicles over and over again. And now your insurance went from $75 to $100 a month. And now they're trying to charge you $700, $800 a month to insure you. And you still have to go past the test. Like, people think there's a way to circumvent this. You cannot circumvent the profitability process. That's impossible. You cannot do that. So I tell people all the time, you can pay a fraction of the cost up front now, or you will pay a lifetime in membership fees and in tuition and in tuition and the cost of tuition. There is no way to avoid that. There is no way. But you can learn and master trading damn near for free with paper trading with the right guidance. I've already stepped on the potholes. I've already stepped on the potholes. I've already stepped on the landmines. I've already done that. I'm just telling you where they are. Why are you walking across this landmine field and listening to other people that don't have legs? And when they get their legs fucking blown off, they go, well, you can walk across the landmine field yourself. Yeah, you can, but you get your fucking legs blown off. Or you could listen to a cartographer that knows how to get around the fucking landmines, and he's saying, hey, I stepped on that one, don't go there. Why are you intentionally going the opposite direction and going, man, fuck that? But that's just logic for you right there. But that only applies to the stock market. People don't use that logic whenever it comes to real life. They don't do shit like that. They don't do nothing like that. Like if I told you and I was like, hey, like if I told you I was like, hey, I want to become a heart surgeon, but you know what? I want to go to surgeon school once I become a heart surgeon. And once I get some clients, and once I get hired by Emory or by Grady Memorial Hospital or by my local hospital, once I get hired to be a heart surgeon, then I'll go to heart surgery school. I think that's a great idea. I'll learn then. And once I pick up some clients, then once I get the funds, then guess what I'll do? Then I'll take some classes. You would literally diagnose that person as clinically insane. You'd be like, bro, it does not work like that. Why would you think that would be the case? Like, why not hire a mentor right now and go to school? Why? But see, what it is the people who aren't heart surgeons, they've convinced you that that's the route that you should go. But then if you ask them one very valuable question, you go, how's that working out for you? 99.9999999 to the ninth multiplier of them will say, or they'll come up with some weird lame brain, so they go, well, I just started, or don't worry about me. You do it. It always revolves around that. Hey, are you a multimillionaire doing that yet? Well, don't worry. It's not about me. It's about you. You go do it. What? That's why I started crying early on live stream. Because I remember what it was like being poor. I was a grown man. I was literally in tears crying just now on live stream. Because I remember what it was like. I swear to God on my soul I was crying earlier. Because I get so passionate about this. And this is why I talk about this all the time. Because I had to overcome the same obstacles that I'm telling you now to get to where I'm at now. I had to stop believing I had to stop believing it. And my life did not change at all in no point of my life until I got a millionaire mentor in every aspect of my life. Until I saw him on a daily basis and I got the chance to speak to a guy, speak and see him talk and see how he lives and see how his brain works. And then I got to mold it my own way over the course of time. But I submitted myself to the learning process. That happened in trading and that happened in basketball and in life. Otherwise, I would be destined for a life of doing what other people are doing. I would get mediocre results. That's just how that works. You don't pick up a basketball and go and go and go and go and go Juan Hernandez and you go and someone goes, who the hell is Juan Hernandez? Oh, that's just some middle schooler that like I just met the other day. No, you pick up a basketball and you go Michael G and you go Jordan, you go Kobe. Why? Because you're trying to emulate your life around them. That's why. They're a mentor. They've already paved the way. Does that mean that you should model your life like them? No, but there's certain things that they do well that you need to pick up on, and then you mold it to your own. You don't just randomly make up some random high schooler's name or some random middle schooler's name and they never did it before. Everywhere in your life you've had a mentor. What makes you think that this is any differently? Everything. A mentor taught you how to pick up a freaking fork. They taught you how to talk. They taught you how to eat. They taught you how to walk. Someone was literally holding your hand as a baby and telling you how to walk. Someone taught you how to talk. I mean, they're serious. You got a mentor right now for the job that you have. It's called 90-day probationary period. You went through training. If you went to grade school, which I'm sure that you did because it would be illegal, you had a mentor for 12 years, 7 hours a day. And that mentor sent you home with homework. And you got in trouble if you didn't do your homework that your mentor gave you. You had a mentor at home. Your parents taught you how to cook and clean. There is nothing in your life to where you were meaningful, where you were just like, you just woke up out of the fucking womb and you were just like, I'm going to be a master today. I'm a fucking master and I know how to do this. And from day one, I don't need a goddamn soul. Nothing. Just stop and think about that. Nothing. There's been nothing in your life. What the fuck makes you think that you're going to make multi-millions from a computer without it? That everyone is trying to do. This is not just like fucking like tying your shoes, dude. Or this is not like, hey, I don't need a mentor how to blow my nose. But believe it or not, you did. You saw someone blow their nose and you learned. You copied someone that was successful at doing so. You saw someone drinking from a straw and they taught you. Everything that you know has been copied and emulated from someone else that has done it successfully. You had a mentor. But even then, though, it's not like blowing your nose. Dude, we're talking about making $10,000 to $15,000, $20,000 a day from a fucking computer that everyone's trying to do. And you're going against the smartest people on the planet. What makes you think that you could be able to do that?
Visual stimuli.
Yeah, exactly. And people go, nah. I'll go on Backpage or I'll go on Craigslist and learn. That sounds like a good idea.
Stuck a baby in a room with no stimuli, it wouldn't learn anything.
It wouldn't learn anything.
No, if you stuck it in a room with a bunch of pigs, the baby would start snorting.
Yes, 100% it would. Because the pig or the wolf would be the baby's mentor. They experimented like that. Like one time, there's one child called the wolf child. The child's mentor was like wolves or dogs, and the child started barking. Like he was like, arr, 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 arr.
That's correct.
I remember that experiment.
We learn from our surroundings.
Yes, correct. You need to be seeing what someone who's successful is doing on a daily basis. That was the only thing that changed my life. So is Discord for another? No, that's for the Knowledge Center because I day trade on a daily basis. Like for that rant that I just went on again for 12 minutes, I wasn't even looking at the market. So let alone the people come in here and go, hey, what kind of trade setups you see? Or hey, why are you in that trade? Or hey, what's a BISI? What's a SIBI? Or hey, what's a FVG? Or hey, what's a liquidity sweep? Hey, trend lines? Hey, so support and resistance, head and weird questions. I would not be able to answer that. I make pennies on the dollar for this Discord. I'm being dead serious. I make nothing from Discord. Literally nothing. Discord is literally like less than like 1% of my income monthly. I'm not going to give up my golden goose at all to hopefully, like, if that's the case, then I'm going to have to charge you $2,500 per month. But I still think that's reasonable. But you wouldn't want that. So that knowledge center is there for $49 for 3 months, or lifetime membership for $100. So we can speak the same language, so we can get caught up and be on the same page. So when I say things to you, you can interpret it. That's how that works. That knowledge course, that knowledge center, which ultimately speaking, I promise you, like, that knowledge center, yeah,
You
like
have
Phantom
to
said.
utilize it. You have to be the one to go through it and utilize it.
Correct. If you just goof around, then you're never going to understand anything I'm talking about. Because I'll tell you that, hey, they're getting ready to go lower like this, and we just tap into this 1 to 5 minute FVG cluster, and you're gonna be like, what the fuck is that? And then, like, I'll short this like this, like I did over here on live stream, and you'll just be sitting there waiting, and then I'll do shit like this, and then I'll dump it like this, and you'll be like, what the fuck was that? Why'd I do that? Or like I'll short it here, and then I'll dump it, and like I'll be out here just like this again, and like you'll be like, why the hell is he doing that? And you won't know what's going on. Or like I'll say, hey, the 1150 macro is coming up. You don't short the 1150 macro. It's bullish. And then, like, they'll stop it on a dime at 1150 and just liquidation and squeeze up here in a straight line. And like you'll short it at 1152, and you'll be like, what the fuck is that? Why is that the case? But all of the students inside here know that you never short the 1150 macro. It's bullish 82 to 85% of the time. Just go back and back test it. But see, like, if you're a beginner, like I can't stop instruction and teach you and instruct you, and hopefully you got your pen and paper while I'm trading. If so, I would then have to be a normal furu, and I would have to charge you $2,500 per month. And then I would ultimately be employed by you. I'm not going to go that route. I'm not going to give up my golden goose. We all should not give up our golden goose. And I know people probably say, bro, well, if you're making so much money, then why are you trying to give it away then? Like, what's the purpose? What do you gain from that? I gain everything from it. I am a selfish son of a bee. I gain everything from what I am doing right now. I get to turn you into a person that makes minimum $20,000 to $30,000 a month. And I don't have to stop what I'm doing. What are you talking about? The market's going to do what it's going to do regardless. So if I tell you to take the same trade I take, and we both make money, I make money too. The market's going to do whatever the hell it's going to do regardless. What? You think the market's going to stop because you press a button on your imaginary account? You think the market is coming after you, Pablo San Juan or Pablo Escobar, whatever the hell your name is, Joe Biden, whatever. I don't know who you are. The market doesn't care about you. It doesn't even know who you are. So it's going to do what it's going to do regardless. So why not change your life? Why not? Why? Like, literally, why not? I'm a selfish son of a gun. I get to giggle in my house and smile at the screenshots from you changing your life, which is what I do. I take screenshots of them and I read them in my spare time to make me happy at night. I'm not even joking, because I don't care about making money at this point in my life. I don't. It does, like, literally, whether or not I'm up $20,000, $30,000 on a day, or I'm down $30,000, $40,000 a day, it does nothing for me. But I get to read these screenshots over and over and over and over again, just like how I showed you earlier. And I get to see the messages about how you were on the verge of collapse and you had nowhere to turn and your life was in turmoil. And it took you 4 or 5 months to completely reverse everything, and you're no longer the same person. And guess what it cost me? It cost me nothing at the end of the day. It cost you to submit yourself to the process. It cost me nothing. I had to give up nothing. Well, I run classes on the weekends, so there's that. But that's my free time. I don't do nothing. It cost me nothing. That's why. And if you don't want to do it, then it costs me nothing. Like, I'll just keep doing what I'm doing. It's just a matter of how serious you are. The onus is not on me, it is on you. I already used to be poor. I'm no longer poor anymore. That's on you to decide, not me. Do you do lives with everyone on your VIP? What do you mean? VIP. Discord can talk. Discord can share their screen. They're listening to me right now in real time. VIP. Ain't no VIP. Everyone inside Discord has the same exact privileges. You can literally join here right now on a free 30-day trial right now and get the same privileges. Everyone has the same exact privileges. There is no weird stuff. There are no weird hidden fees or no VIPs or no members who get certain privileges. No, none of that. The only thing is if you ask me a question, I will tell you the truth. I will 100% tell you the unadulterated truth. Because if you don't want to hear the truth, then I will just refund you $59. I'm being dead serious. So I will tell you the truth. And if you don't want to hear it, then it's just, well, it just is what it is. But the market's going to tell you the truth. It's just a matter of, are you listening? Like, the market is screaming, don't trade me right now. It is literally screaming at the top of its lungs and is saying, I'm fucking around right now. Don't test me. If you do this, you're going to lose. But yet people don't want to listen to that. They think that they have the answer. The market has the answer. So either you listen to what I'm telling you and you accept the truth and you submit yourself to the process, and you're willing to listen and you're willing to look in that mirror and say, hey, I see what you're telling me. I'm willing to listen. If not, you will never accomplish what you're trying to accomplish with the stock market. You never will. That is 100% a fact. Because the market only rewards merit. It does not care about name, looks, kindness, no, none of that. It only rewards merit. Have you proven yourself? Do you know what you're looking at? Yo, what's good? Is Zay? This is my trading account. What's up? What's up, Zay? How you doing, brother? Did he have a mentor? Yeah, hell yeah, he had a mentor. Think he just randomly learned that freaky shit on his own? Whatever shit he was going through or doing. Now, he cultivated into the person he is now, but he learned that shit from somebody else. Because why? Because he was watching it. And then his personality molded it into a different beast. You're not going to do, guys, you're going to be your own trader whenever you're in here. So you're going to run your own $1 million business, but you need to see $1 million, like $1 million business run successfully. And you need to pick up on the good habits. It's the same exact thing. Did he turn that shit into a different beast? So it is what it is. Honestly speaking, who cares what he's doing? Diddy's a billionaire with excuse me. I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole, but I'm going to leave it at this. Diddy's a billionaire. Diddy's a sex addict with $1 billion in cash. That's his problem. He's a sex addict with $1 billion in cash. Most people cannot comprehend the things that you can get into whenever you have that. That's his problem. But that's not none of my problems. So I don't care what he's doing. I really don't care what he got going on for real. I don't give a damn. I'm not trying to figure out, then that's most people's problem right there. They're trying to figure out what billionaires are doing in their bedrooms. I don't give a shit. I'm concerned about what this chart doing so I can change my life and the people around me lives. Then I'll worry about some other shit like that. But what about the baby oil? Right. But that doesn't concern you that he bought 1,000 bottles of baby oil? I can't sleep at night. The monstrosities that guy was doing with the baby oil. I need to convince you that that's wrong. Why are you trying to convince me? Who cares? What do you mean this is serious? What kind of sick person spends $5,000 on baby oil in one large lump sum? Diddy shits 5 bands. He's a billionaire. So him dropping $3,000 for a lifetime supply of baby oil that costs $1.50 a bottle is nothing. Be on alert. You didn't think of it like that, did you? But initially, somebody having 1,000 bottles of baby oil sounds crazy. But for somebody that's a billionaire, him putting in an order and him dropping $5,000 for a lifetime supply so he doesn't have to worry about it again, that sounds a lot more reasonable, doesn't it? Did you ever think about it like that? That's what I do, you know. Not with the baby oil, but just with things in life. I promise you, I do that. I promise you. Like, I went to the store the other day and my dad was like, bro, why did you buy like 3 or 4 boxes of cheese for? Oh, I'm sorry. My dad was like, why did you buy like 8 or 9 boxes of cheese for? And I was like, he was like, 2 of them, he was like, at least 2 or 3 of them are going to go bad. And I was like, yeah, but like they were like $1.50, $2. And like, I don't go to the grocery store that often. So I loaded up on them. And if I use them, then I do, then great. If I don't, then I lose the inconvenience of just having of like for like $4. It's $4. But if I run out, then I have to go to the grocery store. So I might as well just overstock on them and just put them inside the refrigerator on my cheddar cheese. That cost me $1.50 from Kroger. So I bought like six packs of them, 7, 8, 9 packs of them. And he was like, oh shit, that makes sense. I was like, yeah, because I don't like going to the grocery store. I just have it sitting around. You know? Why is Diddy oil on your mind? I was being sarcastic. Yeah, I was being sarcastic because you want to know why? Because holy shit, they get ready to come up here to this volume bounce. Want to know why? Because the average person thinks that that's something that's serious. They think that stuff like that controls their mind and it consumes you and it distracts you from the overall objective. They about to come up here to this volume bounce. This is crazy. Watch this. Look at this. Look. Look at this. Look at them eating to this volume bounce. Look. Look at this. Look. Look. 1675. Look. Look at this. 1650. 1625. Look. Look at them flipping around. 1600. Look. It's up to 1600 now. Look. Look at that. Look at them eating to this volume bounce. Look. They're going to go higher and they're going to fill this. Watch. 1600. Look. Look at them flip this. Look, they've done nothing all day. Look. Look, 1425. Look. Look, 1250. Look, they're reducing it. Look. They're eating into their volume bounce. Look. Look at the indicator updated second by second. Look. Not gonna lie, I think I'm gonna go to the beach. I have a 50% consistency on a 50K account. What's the most I can make in a 1 day trade? How much I mean, if just whatever the 50% mark is.
Depends how many contracts you're in.
Yeah.
How long you hold your trade.
Yeah. If it takes, if you have to pass, bro, why don't you read the FAQ? I'm being dead serious. Why are you waiting on me to tell you? I'm not trying to be funny. That's same as that thing that, guys, look, I'll tell you the answer, but I'm also going to give you a life lesson. Your job as a trader is to figure out the answer whenever you're confused. Why? Because the market is not going to give you an explanation. It is not going to hold your hand. So if you're one of those types of people that consistently, I'm not saying this is you, but if you're one of those types of people that consistently like to look for answers and like to be told every single thing to do, that is not going to be successful, which is also why signal services and alert services are scams.
Yeah.
Because it won't fully explain to you what you directly as the individual did wrong.
Yeah, you need to be able to read the market.
You need to be able to read. And you need to go over there. You need to read the FAQ, but I'll explain it to you. If you need to pass if you need $3,000 to pass, then that means that the largest day's profit can be no more than $1,500 in a day. That's 50% of the overall profit target. If your profits are sitting at $4,000 and it's a 50% consistency, and you need to request a payout, you cannot request a payout if your largest day is above $2,000 because you are over the 50% consistency for the profit balance of the account. That's what that means. So I don't mind answering that for you. However, that is also something that's on that knowledge center, for example. I promise you it's linked there in the knowledge center and the FAQ is there. And it literally expresses it to you. You need to be, everyone in order to be successful in this, you need to be an addict for knowledge and for back testing and finding the answer. When something confuses you, you need to be able to go, you need to have the motivation and the desire to go back and to back test it. This is one thing that I would say for everybody here listening. You are auditioning for a job to pay you $10 to $15, potentially $1,000 a day, $20,000 a day, or after several months, $20,000 to $30,000 per month in your bank account. You are auditioning for this job on a daily basis. Are you going to come unprepared to this job interview, or are you going to take this shit seriously? Every single person listening to my voice got the call to come into the job interview. Every day you get the call to come into this job interview, and you have to prove on as to why you need this job. Are you going to take this shit seriously or not? Or are you just going to show up wearing whatever clothes, not taking your notes, not doing no homework, not understanding the curriculum at hand, showing up late, not showing up early, not having a pre-market plan, not having risk management, as in budgeting the expenses to keep the job running? What does that mean? That means that, like, if you go to the strip club and if you blow all your money and you don't have enough money in order to put gas inside your car to get to the high-paying job, you're then going to lose the job. So you're not budgeting correctly to pay your monthly dues on your car note to get to work. You're just sitting over here goofing around. So you need to extrapolate the things that I'm telling you. It works just like that with trading. Take this shit seriously. This is a serious job, you know. What job you know you can just show up and just make $20,000 and just be goofing around? What job you know? With any criminal record or God knows what you had going on, or whatever your past is, or how old you are. What job you know that? Name one. But yeah, people still get upset whenever they don't take this seriously. Hey man, I didn't get hired. Hey, I didn't get hired for that position. This ain't fair. This ain't right. Boy, did you take that shit seriously? Did you give it your all? Why are you buying an account and you didn't read the FAQ? You didn't take the interview seriously. And like, I know that this may turn you off, and you may go, man, all Unc had to do was just tell me the answer. That's the problem. I'm going to tell you the truth. I'm going to tell you what you need to hear so you can get to where you want to go. Oh, I know what you want. I know what you want. Look at this imbalance. I know what you want. You want to see that weekly deposit hit your shit for like 30, 40,000. You want to go live it up with your friends. You want ample free time. You want to live in a multi-million-dollar house. I know what you want. What are you willing to do for it? Are you willing to read? Are you willing to study? Are you willing to exercise discipline? Are you willing to do the other things that everyone else is not willing to do?
There's a lot more to it than that too.
100%. Everyone else.
You want to buy a big mansion and fancy cars, you got to hire maids and butlers.
Look at this imbalance. They're about to shoot this.
Keep your property clean for you. It's a lot more than just buying a house. Correct.
Everyone else is willing to learn strategies for free and is not willing to hire an instructor that's doing it successful on a daily basis. Everyone else. Everyone else is willing to show up to the job interview, but don't nobody want to put no work in it. Everyone Everyone else want to get swole like Ronnie Coleman said. Everyone want the physique and want to be a bodybuilder, but don't nobody want to lift no heavy ass weights like how he said. They about to fill that volume balance. That's the largest one I've ever seen in my entire life. They came back for this shit in full. Look at this. I've never seen something this large before. I've never seen that. They repriced this whole thing. They dumped it for 10 minutes, scared you out, and then liquidation squeeze it. This is bullish, not bearish.
Yep, that was the biggest volume balance I ever saw.
Mm-hmm. Hey man, you're such a good trader, but always the same yap every time I come in here. That was funny. Thanks. I outwork everyone near me. Unfortunately, the stock market is not predicated on how hard you work. Everything. Look at this. Everything that you are used to doing in real life does not apply to the stock market. It is the exact opposite. I'm being dead serious. If I was doing right now what I was doing on a normal job, like yapping and running my mouth like this, I would get fired. I wouldn't be rewarded. I would get fired. I need to be working. I need to be doing something. I need to be in a trade. I need to be working. I need to work hard. I need to show the boss man I'm willing to work. Put in that work. Hours of sweat equity. That is not the case here. The more hours that I put in, the more money I make. That is not the case here with this. The same exact way that I make $15,000 or $20,000 in a day is the same exact way that I would make $15 in a day. There's no difference. I always need to be doing something. Does not work like that. It does not work like that. It does not work like that. Damn. Let me try and hold on to my money. So let me try and save it. As in, I'm invested in something and let me just hold on to it and not get rid of it. I'm scared to deploy my capital. You're not going to make no money. Or, damn, I bought the top on this in real life, hold on to it, and you go, well, I'm going to hold on to this for forever, and I'm not going to sell it, or I'm not going to get rid of it. I'm going to hold on to this. I'm going to be greedy, I'm going to hold on, and I'm not going to take a loss. Well, you're going to blow up the account. You're going to lose everything. Everything works, literally, the stock market works in the exact opposite way. Like if I bought this top over here and I didn't want to admit defeat and they started dumping on us because I didn't want to close the trade, I would lose and I would blow up the account. Why? Because I'm trying to hold on to the money. Why? Because I don't want to depart with the money. That's why. It does not work like that. I'm being dead serious. Almost every single thing that you have ever come to have known, you need to rewire your brain whenever it comes to trading and investing. I'm being dead serious. Stop and just think about what I just told you. They about to green body shoot this off of this 1 in this 5 minute BISI cluster. Look at this. This is a 1 in the 5 minute FVG, 1, 5 in a 15 minute FVG cluster, and they about to use this fuel to go higher. No, I am not in a trade. I want them to come up here and fill this volume balance. And I'm going to delete it. Everything that you have come to have known is the exact opposite. The harder you work in this market, the more money you will lose. But you need to have discipline in the beginning. That doesn't mean that in the beginning you need to work hard. You do. But once you understand it, you will then notice that the harder you work, it does not correlate to positive results. That is false. Like Future said, who's not a role model, but he said one thing that I will never forget. Hard work and perseverance, they are not related. They are not. That does not mean that you can just be lazy. But how hard you work does not directly correlate to how much more money you make. It does when you have a 9 to 5. Because if you work 80 hours, then you're going to make more money than a person that works 40 hours. This is natural math. Why? Because they're enslaving you. They have a cap on the formula. And the formula says that you directly exchange your free time for monetary gain. That is the biggest scam that has been rewrote. That is the biggest scam that has infected the community itself. That has infected humanity.
The whole world. The whole world.
That is the biggest scam that has been normalized in humanity in general.
Yep.
That you should exchange your free time for monetary value. And then ultimately speaking, you then have, and then what you do is that you go out and then you spend that same money that you just spent all your time on things that are completely and utterly irrelevant in life in the grand scheme of things. And ultimately speaking, will not get you any closer to the destination of ultimately speaking, saving more time. Like, dude, you don't need a fucking $1,000 pair of designer Balenciaga shoes.
No.
You don't need that shit. But yet you worked like a slave for God knows how many hours to then save up that and then you gave it right back. And now you have to work again in order to upkeep it. They about to squeeze this and go higher. Think about what I just told you. It is the truth. They have a lock on this. They do. Consumerism. They've poisoned our brains. I think it should be done for the day, Trey. That's what I do. It's crazy. Yeah, that phone dance nigga is crazy, ain't it? Huh?
I'm definitely done for the day.
Man, they about to squeeze it, come up into the zone off of this cluster. It's best we watch out. I'm back and heard everything you said when I asked, by the way. Oh, thanks.
Yeah, I passed another 4 evals today.
Good job, sir. Holy shit, that's an 11-point volume balance up here. Watch out. Are you looking for another trade today, potentially? The thing is, it didn't mention anything. I promise I read everything before I buy an eval. Oh, it did? What firm was this? What firm is this? Is that? What would you say? My Funded Futures. My Funded Futures? My Funded Futures does not explain consistency to you? Are you sure about that? If I look right now,
Gotta go read the back page.
Are you sure about that? You sure? Even if they didn't, this is where I'll explain this to you. It says 50%, but I was asking what 50% mean. Oh, even if they didn't, I'm getting ready to explain to you in regards to how my brain will be working and how I think and how I want your brain to start thinking. If I see something and if I don't understand it, and even if I search the entire website, great, you search the entire website and the answer was not there. Are you just going to stop and just go, your brain's going to go, and you stop and you go, well, it's not there, so who cares? Or are you going to try to search the answer? Even if you have to search on ChatGPT and say, what does 50% consistency mean on a 50K account where I have to make $3,000? Like, you need to try to find the answer. You need to outsource the answer. You need to figure out why. I'm sorry. You need to figure out what and how. What and how. Why is irrelevant whenever it comes to trading, though. But yeah, why is irrelevant whenever it comes to trading? But why is important whenever it comes to knowledge? You need to figure out, like, I'm sorry. Why is it relevant just in general? You need to figure out what the answer is. Like what is the answer to that? Why is it relevant? But why is the most important question whenever it comes to humans and emotions? It's true. Why the hell did the market just dump like this, man? Like, look at that gap down. What happened? Why did Trump just say that just now? Why was I in 60 contracts and it just dumped like that? My account just got blown. It's irrelevant. What happened was he sent out that tweet. And the market dumped, and the how is they used him to then send it lower. But what they were doing was clearly evident this entire time. Just look at the market structure. Look. Low, high, low, high, low, high, low. Look. What they are doing is going lower in a sell-side delivery program model. Why is they just use Trump, but who gives a shit about why? This market's been bearish this whole time. You should not have been long in this. So you got cooked. If you were trying to long this, look. These people been going low all goddamn day. Look. And you ignored it. Look. Whoever you are, look. You ignored it. Look. The answer is clear as day. Why is irrelevant? What they're doing and your strategy needs to, as a trader, your strategy needs to say, how can I participate? I'll show you how. I shorted up here whenever we tap to this 5-minute SIBI. I'm willing to manage my risk off of this, or maybe up to this high here, and I'll start to get uncomfortable. And then I'll take a base hit. And how? I'll take a base hit of 80 ticks because the market's hardly moving, and I'll get out. And I'll make my money for the day. That's how I can participate. My strategy tells me how I can participate based off of what I am seeing. I don't give a fuck about why. Why is irrelevant to me? Why makes you lose money? Why? The market don't care about why. Life doesn't care about why. Life is unfair. Life is unfair. I dare you to walk up to your landlord and go, hey, I'm 9 months behind on my rent because I stubbed my toe and I can't go to work. Please give me another 3-month extension. Boy, you're going to be evicted. They don't give a fuck about your why. Top step. I was in a train and Trump sent out a tweet. Please forgive me. Why? He did it. It wasn't my fault. I promise you I wasn't alone. But they don't give a damn about that why. That shit gonna say account liquidated, buy a new one. Give us another $600. But Apex, it wasn't my fault. I promise you. Trump's social media secretary keeps sending these tweets when he keeps talking. Why? That's why. I promise you I know what I'm doing. They don't give a shit about that. They're gonna look at you like you stupid. They're not even gonna respond to you. Be on alert. They're just goofing around. The time step is 1:30. They've been going sideways all day. The market is in the exact same spot as it closed at on Friday. The market has moved 1/5 of 1/10 of a percent since Friday. We've gone nowhere. Look. And they managed to blow up everybody's accounts. You making any more trades today? Not if they keep doing this. But they keep, but shit, look at this. Look at this LRLR they flash. Look at this. They usually like to dump out or something like this and do some shit like this. Watch out for that. Bro, do you teach? Yeah, of course I do. But I'm not gonna go through the long spiel again. I've already done that like a day or so today. But yes, I do. Just show up to the live streams. Continue to show up. Maybe tomorrow go on a speech, but I'm all spent out today. Or honestly speaking, just do your own research. Just do your own research and just scroll down my page or go to my Instagram page or go to the NQ Insiders with an S Instagram page and you can see everything and do your own research and then you'll be compelled to join. Or you'll feel compelled to join. Do that. Yes, I do. You will teach yourself and run your own curriculum. I have a mentorship, a boot camp, essentially speaking. And then I run free mentorships on the weekends for the Discord members. It's free. But I day trade for a living. Guys, listen, it's 1:30. What's your style of trading? ICT discretionary with liquidity in mind. And time hacks. There's a lot of different things you have to see me trade. But I win 85 to 90% of the time I press the button. So you know. All trades are being live, recorded, and they're posted to the YouTube. So you can review and you can check my track record and my history and my active P&L and how much money I make on a daily basis. Everything is being recorded. 100% transparency across the board. Real live student examples. Students turning from unprofitable to making them $15,000, $20,000 a week in cash withdrawals. Students turning to millionaires, literally. $500,000, $1 million a year, $1 million plus year to date. Students making $1 million in payouts, multiple. There's so much here to unpack. So you trade live here every day? Absolutely, I do. This is my livelihood. I do this every single day, man. And I just share it with the people. Every single day. Every single day I do. Monday through Friday. Starting at 9, 10 a.m. in the morning from inside Discord to go to pre-market trading plan. 10 a.m. in the morning from TikTok. Every day I do. And I love doing this. What's up, brother? What's up, brother? Every time I trade paper, go straight to the TP, huh? Testing these loans on paper. Be on alert. Absolutely, Jesse. Thank you. Yes, sir. Bro E was on a rant about Spider-Man on IG. She had me fried. Yeah, I was going on a rant about Spider-Man. That movie was weak as hell. What's your annual risk to reward? What's your usual risk to reward? It changes. It changes drastically. Not drastically, but you know, like it can vary. I can tell instantly how seriously profitable somebody is if I ask them and if I say, hey, what's your risk to reward? And they go, my risk to reward is always 2 to 1, or it's always 3 to 1, or I go 5 to 1. Mm-hmm. And I go, anything else? And they go, nope, 4 to 3 to 1. Do 3 to 1 with a 33% win rate, you'll be a millionaire. I look at them and I go, you really don't know how to trade for real. You don't. Because there's times where you might have a high conviction and you might take a damn 0.75 R or damn near hell freeze over a half R trade. And there's other times where like you'll see a 3 or 4 R trade and you'll take it and then you'll be out way before 1 or 2 R. So it can vary depending upon the conditions that you're feeling right then and there and that you see right then and there in the moment based off of the real live market conditions. Things can change immediately.
Yes, they can.
So I need to know whether or not that you're exercising discretion. Does that mean that I am hunting negative R trades? Absolutely the fuck not. But I am going to take a trade like this up here at the top that I could see dumping and going lower. God knows like this, 500 ticks or so. And I'm going to be out at 100 ticks like here. So I'm going to see a 3 or 4 or 5 hour short. And I'm going to be out at like 1 hour. Sometimes I might go 2 R, but hell, sometimes depending on how I'm feeling, shit, I might get out at 0.75 R. But like, it depends. The risk to reward is not the issue that you're facing. The risk is, are you willing to manage your risk? That's the true answer. And win rate, I honestly think that win rate, and obviously win rate is kind of tricky too. You know what I'm saying? Because that can vary too. So, you know, that can vary. Your risk management is what's important. Your risk management is what's most important. Your risk management is what's most important to me, from what I've noticed. I may be doing the term a disservice because my mind went blank, but I forgot the name of it. But if anyone can help me out here, what I think is, because I'm getting ready to describe it, what I think is far more important is for every trade that you win or you lose, how under your normal trading conditions, that's conducive to the size and the risk management profile in the account. For every trade that you lose, whatever the name of this is that I have noticed is the most important, is how many trades is it going to take for you to get out of that hole by using your normal trading strategy? And do you have something that can get you out of that hole within 2 to 3 trades without going over the deep end and blowing up the account? So if you take a $200 or $300 loss, can you get back to net positive in the next 3 to 4 trades? Like within the next 2 to 3, within the next 3 trades, 4 trades at the most. Can you do that? Does your risk management and your win rate, does it align in that diaphragm to allow you to eclipse that hole? Your win rate, whatever that is, your win rate and your win rate and whatever the other questions that you asked me, and your win percentage. What was that question you asked me? Your risk to reward. Does your risk to reward and your win rate allow you to align in that perfectly circled diaphragm or diagram, whatever the hell it is? Does it allow you to then eclipse and get yourself out of that hole? If the answer to that is no, then you need to go back to the drawing board. That does not mean you take a loss on 3 contracts for $300 and you go 60 contracts the next trade and make $500 every time. That is not what that means. You up 14 on today or overall? Today. Accepting risk, that's risk to reward, yeah. And then win percentage. Because you could have a very good risk to reward, but then like the shit don't play out. The Knowledge Center explains that in depth. There's a video about risk to reward on as to why that's hogwash. Because by the time, guys, because if risk to reward was all that you needed, just stop and just think about it. Then everyone would just take 3 or 4 hour trades. And like they would just take they would take a 3 or 4 hour trade and would just go straight to the TP. And like they would only they would lose twice, and like they would just everybody would be profitable. But by the time you get an actual 3 or 4 or 5 hour trade to play out, you would have taken God knows how many losses or God knows how many break evens. Or sat through God knows how much time distortion where the market just goes sideways and nothing. Somebody who has a 1-to-1 risk to reward will be far more profitable than somebody that only takes 4 or 5 hour trades. I swear to God on my soul, you will be. That's all that I'm doing. I'm looking at 1 to 2 or 3 hour trades, and I'm out at 1 hour. The issue is not you cutting trades early. It's not. The issue is that your strategy is not conducive to tight risk management, and you can't put that piece of the puzzle together. That's where the issue lies in every single person's trading strategy here. That is where the issue lies at. That's the core root of the problem. Because I get that a lot. People go, well, I need at least a 3 or 4 hour trade. No, the fuck you don't. You need a 1 hour trade. Why? Because if you had a 1 hour trade, right, and you won every single time, would you be complaining? If you saw a trade and you shorted it or you longed it, and instead of you getting 600 ticks, you got 200 ticks every single time, and you were green 100% of the time, would you be complaining? Would you go, well, God damn. Oh, God damn it. Man, every time I press this damn button, this shit goes straight to the TP, man. I'm sick of this shit. Damn it. God damn it. Or damn, every single time I press this button, 99% of the time I win. I'm sick of this shit.
It's so much easier to get a small win than it is to get a 3 hour.
God. I'm sick of this, man. Every time I press this button, I make $400 or $500, Phantom.
Take 1 hour all day.
Yeah, exactly. Phantom, I make $400 or $500 every single time I do this, and I'm sick of this. And I'm copy trading 40 accounts all at the same time, So for every $300 I make $15,000. I'm sick of this, Phantom. I'm sick of this. I got to go back to the drawing board, Phantom. I got to go back to the drawing board, man. This is getting ridiculous because I keep cutting it early. You're not gonna say no shit like that. If you do, you're clinically insane. You're not gonna say nothing like that. The issue is whenever you're wrong, you're holding on to that shit for too long, and you don't know how to manage your risk. That's the problem. The problem is not the winning. The problem is the losing.
Get out right away. You can always get in again.
That's the problem. And the problem is that your mind is psyching itself out because your mind sees how much money you could have made, but then you hold on to the losers and you blow up your account. Or you keep on taking trades that you should not be trading. It is not in the winning. Winners don't complain. People who win don't complain, you know.
Nope.
They don't complain. I cut that trade too early. I suck. No, you don't suck. You just won. Why are you complaining for?
I've cut many trades early. So what?
Absolutely.
I'm still profitable.
100%. Exactly.
I have not lost one trade today.
Good job, sir. I think you should be done.
Yeah, me too.
Okay. They're goofing around. They're meandering. They're doing nothing right now. Nothing is being accomplished right now. They're doing nothing. Any more trades for today? Sebastian says they're goofing around. I was literally just addressing that. They're doing nothing right now. This is disgusting. This is fully disgusting. I haven't seen something this bad in a while. The market is in the exact same spot as we closed at on Friday. Look. Holy shit. Where's Cold at? Cold. What the Cold. Where's Grant? All right, Jesse. Bro, where's Jesse? Yo, where's the volume balance game? Yo, where the hell is Matt at? What? Where's Zero?
Jesse took off.
What? Look at that. Oh my God. That is a 300-point volume imbalance. Yo, that they just came back and filled. Yo, that is the largest SPX volume imbalance that we've had in like 4 months, 6 months, 7 months this year. Where's the gang at on this? Are we? Oh, hold on. Did I bore them? Where are they at? Are they still here? Nope, they're not here. They left. Shit, my rant put them to sleep. Zero's on vacation. Mike, Jaywalk. What's going on with Jaywalk? You okay? Jaywalk didn't have the best day. My bad, I'm driving. Okay. Where's Jaywalk? Got my buddy. Well, got some work to do on these 3 accounts. Tore up. We ain't have an alarm set for 11:50. Damn. Jesus. I took that SPX. You did? Tano, you didn't say nothing, bro? Look at that SPX volume balance right there, bro. Like, should we wait it? Wait until they curl it up, come over here and pull it back and we long. What happened? See what I'm saying? That right there is exactly why I'm not going on rants. Because I went on a rant just now and I completely missed that paired with this. Like I was just running my mouth, talking about God knows what. Look at that. That's a 300 on SPX. And they came up here and they filled it and now they started going back lower again. Look at this. Look at this glitch in the matrix. Look at that. My fault, not gonna lie. I got zoned in and I go mute. Oh yeah, damn, it's okay. But damn, I missed it. That was free money. That was the easiest money of the day. Holy smoke. Anyway. Guys, timestamp now 1:45. Market close in 2 hours. If we take another trade, we need to ask ourselves, what is the likelihood that we will be able to get that back with this current price action if we lose? With 2 hours left in this damn day. The answer to that question is very unlikely. Guys, I'll be doing a cash giveaway maybe like tomorrow or something like that, but I got to send out a post. All right? Guys, NQinsider.com is how you join our community. Everything comes with a free 3-day trial. I promise you. You'll see the truth. Guys, listen. That's just the boot camp. Please understand that. Why? Because I have to pay attention to the markets. I can't be teaching or going on rants. Why? Because I'll miss trades like that. I trade live every single day at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time on TikTok. 10 a.m. in the morning from inside Discord to go to pre-market trading plan. Okay. What was I getting ready to say? Eval Instant Pass is on Wednesday. We pass the evals and we get an unlimited supply. There's nothing to stop us. We have it on an infinite money glitch. The system has already been invented. 5K to anyone going through hard times. Just message me and say, God did. Ryan Glippin says. Welcome to the block. Scammer. Anyway, God did. That's such a big scammer. It's crazy. Like, come on, bro. Lock in and tighten up, bro. Like that's how they want me to read that message. So that's why I read it like that. Anyone who's going through hard times, with the sad ass song in the back, in the arms of the angels, fly away from here. Oh, what's this? They used to play this sad ass song on TV.
Hi, won't you help today? Please, send me money. Send me money now, or I'll beat the fuck out of some puppies.
Oh.
And just mangle some kittens.
What the hell was that?
Of your in the arms of the angel.
And they always play with a sad ass little skinny dog in the background that's emaciated. Some skinny ass dog in the background that asks you to donate money. Fly away from here. They used to get me back in the day. I used to send my money to those people watching Animal Planet, and they used to spam that shit. Show some emaciated dog with ticks and animals in need of. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Shit, they used to get me back then. Scammers. I used to have like $20 on my name, and I used to send them $5. What the fuck was I doing? What was I thinking? I was so confused back then. I was just trying to find my way in this world. I was so confused.
You're playing with your emotions.
Play with my emotions, yeah. Like crazy. Them St. Jude cancer commercials be hitting my heart. I know. Those too.
Sad,
Yeah. Or the shows with the kids with the African kids with the swollen bellies.
Yeah.
They'd be like, for just 1.5 cents a day, you can be the reason why 1,500 kids in Africa can receive their bag of rice. I'm like, shit. I'm poor as hell right now, but for the cent and a half a day, I can help other people. Knowing goddamn well they taking my money. Shit.
Sit in mud, dirty water, and rice. That's all they can afford.
Effective altruism is very reliable. They make sure that every place some charities are not efficient with money you donate. Yeah. Because some charities are not efficient. What are you talking about? Q? Are you crazy? Some of them are scams. Efficient. Boy, for every $100 you send them, boy, them kids with them swollen bellies literally might get like 50 cents.
Yeah.
Efficient? Yeah, efficient at taking the money.
Yeah.
You got it. I'm for real, bro. That's why effective altruism tries to filter out scammers. I know. That's what I'm saying. I'm agreeing with you. What are you talking about? efficient. They're efficient at taking people's money.
Right.
Most of them don't even see that money, bro.
Nope.
They used to come out with some crazy ass thing like, hey, if you for the first 100 people that send us the next $100, you can get an elephant named after you in Africa. You can get an elephant named after you in Africa, and he will have your donation stamped to him. He will know your name.
All that bullshit.
I said, yeah, that's bullshit. Because obviously they're wicked scammers, but if you find a reliable source, then why not help people? That is correct.
Yeah.
That is correct. But also, sometimes people don't want to be helped too. I promise you. I promise you. It's sad. I promise you it's sad. Promise you.
Big difference in Africa.
I love helping people all the time. But the unfortunate part about this is this. You can, unfortunately, you can, like, the saddest part about reality, and this is the truth, you can only help people that are willing to be helped. And then ultimately speaking, you can ultimately, and the saddest part about reality is this, and I may offend a lot of people, you can only help people that are in a position to be helped. Have a good day, bro. Go on head out. Thanks for everything. All right. Thanks to you. We'll see you tomorrow, big dog. What's your trading strategy? No. I see discretionary with liquidity in mind. You can only help people that are in a position to be helped. That is, guys, anyone that has worked in the medical industry or that has worked in emergency services knows that is the case. If someone is drowning and they are panicking, they literally tell you to let that person drown or until they calm down. Either that or incapacitate them physically, and then you can save them. Other than that, they say just, hey, that is correct. They will drag you down with them. They are not in a position to be helped.
No, because they're panicking.
It is the exact same way whenever emergency personnel respond to a crime scene. Guys, I saw a video just yesterday, for example. I'm going to give you this example. There was a father who was stabbed 30 times by his mentally disabled son. And his son was on the phone with emergency personnel, and he was forcing the 911 operator to say left or right. And depending upon which side she said, he would then juke his father in the left or the right side with a kitchen knife. And his 75-year-old father was on the ground bleeding out. When emergency personnel responded, they had to arrest him, and then they had to clear the scene, and it took them 4 minutes in order to secure the entire house before they rendered aid to that individual that was bleeding out on the ground. Emergency personnel will not enter into a hostile crime scene. They will not do that. They don't care how bad of condition you're in. They will not do that. That is law. They will not do that. The scene needs to be cleared, and it needs to be safe in order for them to help people. That is how life goes.
That's how it goes.
So wow, that's literally happened to me before. What happened to you? What was it? Which part of the last 2 or 3 messages that I just said? They will not help you. They will literally watch you there on the ground. I promise you, like, they will not do that. Why? Because they won't risk their own lives. Why? Because it makes no sense for 2 people to be dead. I'm being dead serious. That's literally logic. They're not going to do that. So someone needs to be in a position to be saved. They're drowning and helping someone, and they drag me down. Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh at that, but I laugh at the truth. But that right there proves my point. I promise you, if I see that you're drowning and you're going crazy, I'm not going to try to save you. I promise you. Honestly speaking, I might attack you, and I might bop you up beside your head and incapacitate you to then ultimately save your life, and then I'll drag your carcass out to the shore. But I'm not. But what happens is when people are panicking and when people are in a state of disarray, And when they're not thinking mentally, and when they're thinking non-clearly and nonsensically, they'll do nonsensical things and they'll drag you down with them.
Sure. They're choking.
They'll choke you and they'll do something that they would not normally do in real life.
Choking and flailing around.
Correct. That applies in real life, you know.
They'll grab you around your neck and try and pull you down for them to stay up.
Correct. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. That happens in real life, you know. So they'll drown you, and then when you drown, then they'll still drown. So you don't want to be in a part of no shit like that. So this proves my point that I was trying to make, which was this. Someone needs to be in a position to be helped. You can't help everyone and you can't save everyone. Unfortunately, like that's just the unfortunate part about life. There's going to be casualties. Unfortunately, this is very sad, but this is a reality. It's like we're all adults here. You can't save I can't save every last one of you. I cannot do that. I can't do that. Because some of you are in a position to be helped. If you don't have, if you have 87 cents to your name, then I can't help you, unfortunately. No matter how bad I wanted to. You want to know why? Because even if I Because even if I did it for free, which I got no issues with it, sure. How would you have enough money to activate a funded account? And even if you had just enough, barely enough money to even if you had $20 for an eval and you had $59 to activate the funded account and that's all that you had, you'd be scared as shit to blow the account, so you would blow the account. Why? Because that would be all that you had. You're not in a position for me to help you. So there's nothing that I can do. So I understand this governing principle about life, and that's why we're in the position that we're in now. So if you don't, if you don't have the funds, there's nothing I can do to help you. I can't save you. I'm being dead serious. There's nothing that I can do to change that outcome. You're drowning. So it's either you stop yourself from drowning and you calm and you right the ship, and then I can pick you up and then I can bring you to shore. I'll bring you to shore, but I'm not going to drown myself. Are you crazy? If you're so rich, then do it for free. Come on, stop me from drowning so I can latch onto you and drown you. Are you crazy as hell? You want me to stop making the money that I'm making to save you? Are you crazy? Listen to yourself. If you really know how to swim, then you would stop me from drowning. What the fuck? If you're really a lifeguard, then you would save me. Boy, lifeguards will watch you drown. Lifeguards will literally attack you and incapacitate you and then bring you aboard. Are you crazy? I will watch you drown. I promise you, and I'll wave. I'll go, hey. They're meandering. Builds character. How you feel about FVGs? That's literally almost this is almost all what I do every day. I'll attack you. She started laughing when I said that. That was funny. Yeah, that's for real. I will attack you, boy. Are you crazy as hell? I promise you. Hey, so how does that translate to trading? How would you attack me? Boy, if you spend $59 inside here, and if you keep on spamming what the hell the FEG is after I told you that it's on page 1 of that knowledge center, I will block you and I've never had to do this, but I will block you and I will ban you and I will click refund. And then we could just be best of friends from TikTok. You'd be like, hey man, why my membership canceled? I was just trying to figure out what FEG is. I'd be like, hey man, don't worry about it. Discord. Yeah, it's just, she said Discord will attack you. Yeah. You crazy. Colt sitting here getting ready to tell me about a 300-point volume imbalance, and you sitting there talking about some. Talking about some.
PG is a fat violent guy.
Talking about what the hell? Talking about who the hell is that? What the hell is that green candle there? I paid $59. You know, I should be able to know what a green candle is. And I go, did you read that knowledge center? You go, why I got to do that for? Okay, you're gonna see this refund. Yeah. I've never had to do that, but I'm just saying in general, I'm prepared. How you feel about our answer to that? I think if someone is hungry and thirsty in a third world country, I think they want food and water. But I have a question for you. I have a serious question for you, Q. It's very intuitive. And if I spend just $100 to save a life, then I do it. I have a question for you. Are you ready? This is a serious question. Get with me. Hi, what do you think of Nano Future? I don't know about that. Oh yeah, I heard about that. I don't know. I got to look into that. I heard about it. But I have a question for you, Q. This is a question for anybody. Anybody can answer. If you see someone is thirsty and they're in a third or a fourth world country, however you want to look at it, they are on the verge of death. No, I have a question for you. Yeah. So I want to paint this scene. Their leg has been blown off. You're in a battlefield. We're all in a battlefield here. You're looking at your comrade. His leg has been blown off. Both of his legs are gone and one of his arms are gone. And he has a debilitating gunshot wound to the head. But he's barely competent. And he looks at you and he looks at you and he says, hey, I'm thirsty. But you only have one canteen. What would you do? Would you pour that water down his throat, or so that, to quench his thirst? What would you do? That's your only water. What would you do? You're in an active battle scene right now. You're in an active battlefield. What would you do?
I let him die. He's already dead.
What you just heard was the response from a military veteran. He used to fly Phantom fighter jets. Why not? Why not help him? Pour water on his throat. Pick him up right now. Pick him up right now and run across the battlefield with M16s. Bullets whizzing by your head. Pick him up right now. Why not? Why? Because the number one rule of survival.
Now you're going to sacrifice 2 lives.
100%. That is the governing principle of what I was talking about. Now, I gave a very graphic example. But life works like that as well. You can't save everybody. That could be your best friend. You could have grown up together. You two could have been born together. Hell, that could be your twin. But ultimately speaking, the smartest and most logical decision is for you to get out of the situation first, or for you not to expend further resources, further valuable resources on someone that is past saving. That does not make any sense. Fandom is right. Phantom, like phantom. With a P, phantom. Yeah. He said Phantom is right. That is correct. Phantom's a military veteran. We appreciate his service. Multiple decades in the Air Force.
My pleasure.
He's telling the truth. And he said it without hesitating. If you hesitated, if you went, but I could split the water with the guy, then you're not ready. Stay on the sideline. Get the bots out of here. Yeah, I blocked her. Yeah, then you're not ready. You're not ready. You're not ready for the prime time. You want to know why? Because what I just said applies to trading. If you can't take a $200 loss to save the entire account, then you're not ready. You're not ready. You're not ready to go into war. You're not.
Nope.
You're not.
And if you take a trade and you sit there and you're down 200 and you don't stop, you don't
stop the bleeding.
Trade,
you're not ready. You're not ready.
You're going to lose your account.
You're going to lose everything. You're going to lose everything, and then you're going to lose everything, and then you're going to be without. If you cannot stop that bleeding, you need to assess the situation and go, damn, I could lose $500 right now, but if I don't do damage control, I'm done. The account's done. There's no hope. I am smoking on hopium right now. that this trade is going to get back to break even or that it's going to turn green. It is clearly telling me that my demise is it is clearly telling me that my demise is right around the corner. I should not be doing this. I got to get out.
You're watching yourself bleed out.
Bleed out instead of cutting it, instead of cauterizing the wound. But if I put this hot metal object to my skin, I'll burn myself. That burn is going to hurt. Instead of cauterizing the wound, I'll get burned if I do that, you know. It's best I just stay here. Okay. You got a player pad? What's that? Player pad, what's that? What you mean by that? Player pad? I'm not even trying to be funny. What that mean? That's how I lost my account today. I was down 500, and instead of getting out, I waited and lost it. Perfect. Oh, Red Eyes Itachi. I like that name. Madara Itachi Uchiha. Madara Tsukiyomi. Anyway. That was my point exactly. That's what I'm saying. You had the opportunity to cauterize the wound, but now you lost everything. Then I'm not rubbing in your face. I'm just telling you the truth. I'm not rubbing nothing in your face. I'm just being honest with you. Guys, everything that I say is everything I'm telling you is the truth. But but most of what I say, guys, I speak in analogies. Because a lot of times, guys, what determines a good teacher may not be the actual guys. Obviously, the teacher has to be telling you the truth. But guys, if the teacher tells you something that the students cannot comprehend, he's still a bad teacher, even though he's telling you the truth. The students need to be able to interpret and internalize and apply the curriculum at hand to real life. That is how you progress. Learning a lot of times is not just simply about black and white or X's and O's. If the students aren't receptive to the information, then of what good use was you being an instructor? I'm being dead serious. Of what good use was it? You might as well have been teaching bullshit. You want new accounts? Nah, my same accounts. Trying to build these accounts up over here. $300 on the day. There's new accounts. Maybe tomorrow I'll make it. Not trying to rush nothing, see? Not trying to rush nothing to go crazy. See? All these accounts. Trade copy copied them perfectly. Be on alert. Evan Instapass is Wednesday. Guys, the timestamp now is 2:10. Good afternoon, E. Good afternoon, Dean. We were talking about you earlier. Just random. I mentioned your name, rather. But Dean, they're just goofing around. Look at this market. Oh, no. Bro, look at the market. The market is up 1/3 of 1/10%, from down 1/3 of 1/10%. That's it from yesterday. From yesterday. Look, this is some of the most disgusting price action I've seen in a while. Look at this. Look at this clusterfuck. We closed here yesterday, and the market's here. We've done nothing. They went up in a straight line, dumped it in for 5 minutes, went sideways for an hour, 3 green candles higher, dumped up the Trump news, and just went sideways the whole day. We've done nothing all day. They've just been blowing up people's accounts, you know. Timestamp 2:11. I think we should go enjoy the rest of our day. Guys, I'll be live tomorrow at 9, 10 a.m. in the morning. And Discord, 10 a.m. in the morning from inside TikTok. Theta going hard. I know, boy. They're not playing with that Theta decay, boy. That's why I cut that options trade. It destroyed it. Guys, listen, I believe in you and I love you. I appreciate everybody for tuning in and for checking in with us, guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow on live stream at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time every single day. Let's try and make tomorrow the best day that we can. Please prepare for Eval Instant Pass if you have not. And please watch the instructional video. If you don't watch the instructional video on how to do the Eval Instant Pass, you will blow up the accounts. It needs to be done correctly. You need to have that bracket in place. You cannot trade Eval Instant Pass. You will blow up. Love this channel. Thanks, bro. Well, love you too, Quasi. Thank you for tuning in, brother. That's it, man. Just trying to do the right thing by people, man. Trying to show people and trying to get you to change your mentality. Not change. Who says you need to change? But trying to impart wisdom and some of the things that I know about.
Give guidance.
Give guidance. Yeah, that's what I meant. Thanks, Phantom. Yes, that's it. And anyway, so, if you're already a 3 or 4 times over multimillionaire and, then just ignore everything I'm talking about. Shit, put me on mute. And then when I press the button, you tune in. Enjoy your day. You the best. Thanks, D. You the best, brother. Confirm signals available on my Okay, block that guy. I took the week off from work, so I'll be present all week. What happened to you, Andrew? Andrew? Why'd you take the week off from work, brother? Just chilling? You doing all right? But yeah, looking forward to having you here. Hey man, you're on 14K. Why don't you press that button? Why don't you press that button and cross that river with the car? Right, exactly. Yeah, like I had already crossed it, man. I had already crossed this river safely, man. Like Dean started laughing at what bro said. I just crossed that road. Bro, I was looking for you, Matt. Matt, there was a 300-point SPX volume balance, and I was going on the rant. Look, Matt, look at this. This is a 300-point volume balance on this SPX. Look at that. And look at this volume balance over here on the NQ. Look. I mean, on the MNQ. Look. Bro, look at that. It was 110 ticks. But I didn't realize it until after the fact. I was like, what happened to Matt? And Dean, that's what I said. I was like, bro, where the hell is Dean at? Where's Matt at? And y'all were gone. Y'all weren't in here 10 minutes, 15 minutes ago. But yeah, shit. I crossed the river safely. Why would I want to recross again with those crocodiles? I already got to fight the lions over here at the green pasture. You know that those lions are waiting on the other side, right? Everybody. So that's what Matt's talking about. Guys.
Oh yeah.
Guys, when you cross the Nile River, guys, if you avoid the crocodiles, you can't, guys, you can't take too much damage in crossing the river. Guys, because if you twist your ankle, sorry about that. Guys, if you twist your freaking hoof, guys, how can you run away from felines that run 65 or 70 miles an hour and that can jump 20 feet in the air and have butcher knives for teeth? Guys, if you twist your hoof, you're done. So you have to swim safely and not get bit by a crocodile. From the beginning. Wait, what's the story with the crocodile? From the beginning, yeah. From the beginning, story time. We're all trying to cross this goddamn river here. We're all trying to cross the Nile River. We are all gazelles. The market maker knows we have to cross this river if we want to participate. So, if guys, a lot of times, if you're the first gazelle, then you're gonna get latched up and snatched up by 2,000-pound reptiles with rounded butcher knives for teeth. And they have a snout that's literally 4 feet long. And they have 400 teeth. So if you get bit by one of those dudes, you're fucking done. So I'm not gonna be the first gazelle to cross that goddamn river. That's why I'm sitting here waiting. That's why I'll be going on these rants, just so you know. And
I can't.
and the crazy thing about this is like, you consider this immoral for me. Hey, bro, that's not nice. But I promise you, I will wait for you to cross, and then like once the croc is doing a death roll on you, I'll step over your carcass and get safely to the other side. That's all that we're doing, you know. But the sad part about this is like when you get over to the other side, most people fail at this. It's not about making money, because anybody can make money with this. It's about keeping the money that you have and managing your risk. So what happens is most people think and they go, damn, I'm up $2,000 today, man. I'm feeling good. Man, I made it across. I finally figured it out. I'm safely on the green pastures.
Turn around and take a drink of water.
Hey, yo ass turn around.
Turn around, take a drink of water.
Yeah, you turn around, you start drinking, and you fill your gullet up with damn for 40 gallons of water and 40 pounds of goddamn hay or grass.
Get your face bit off.
Yeah, and there is literally an 800-pound feline there lurking in the tall grass. And when he appears, you cannot run. And why? Because your goofy ass stuffed your gullet too much. And now, coincidentally, guys, gazelles run just fast enough to escape lions. But guys, if anything is prohibiting you from reaching your top speed or from having the agility, the lion's going to catch you. Anything. Like if your mental is done, if you were just concerned about Giselle, who's your girlfriend that just got lashed up and like it's like she's no longer with you and you feeling sad, or you trying to figure out what the hell is going on, you know what I'm saying? And you're not paying attention to the dangers that's in front of you, boy, you're gonna get lashed up. And then like they're gonna be licking their chop, and then they're gonna be licking. Guys, listen. A lion's tongue is like sandpaper. A lion's tongue is like sandpaper, and he's just gonna be licking his chops with your femur bone in like 30 minutes. So you got to eat just enough in order to be able to run, and that's what I do. Because I know some of you are probably thinking, bro, you up $300 today, bro? No more trades, bro. Dude, I'm trying to avoid this shit here. Like this shit right here is the temptation. Taking 7, 8, 10 trades in a day is a temptation. That stuff in your gut, yeah, it'll work once or twice and you'll feel good on Monday and Tuesday. But on Wednesday, that lion gonna latch onto your ass. And either that, or you sitting there and you drinking 14 gallons or 50 gallons of water at the watering hole, at that brown watering hole that you just finished bathing in. Because you don't know no better. You're a fucking gazelle. You don't know any better. So the water that you just took a shit in, you're drinking. And then a fucking crocodile just appeared out of nowhere. And your ass is too slow to escape. He grabs you by the snout.
Rent free, bro.
Life been tough lately. So I'm blessing the first 6 folks to message me. Quote, faith. Watch out. Blood that guy. Man, look. This is serious. Someone had to explain it to me, And then, like, once I understood, like, I was like, God damn, that was what I was doing. No wonder I was getting clipped. I was up $1,500 and I kept on trading. I just kept stuffing my gullet. I couldn't run. Or the moment that like I see a breakout, like I buy the HOD, which means like I'm the first gazelle to cross the river. Or damn, I got a weird breakout strategy, and like when we finally start dumping, then I'll short it at the bottom, and like I would blow up my account, and I'd be like, God damn, what the hell is going on with that? But something miraculous happened. When I waited for other people to blow up their accounts normally, and I waited patiently for like a pullback, and I entered safely, I could get out. Once I saw the route, then it was easier for me to navigate. Once I saw the route, it was easier for me to navigate. So a lot of times the route will reveal itself. But the sad part about this is the landmine, like I can see the route because of the carnage that happened before me. And that's the liquidity sweeps and X, Y, and Z. So like I'm looking at like the arms and the body parts sprawled across the floor, and I go, oh shit, maybe I shouldn't go that route. Or coincidentally, I could go, well, damn, there's a lot of body parts over here. There's probably not gonna be that many minds over here that I cross safely. Be on alert. It's a full-time job to not quit your job once you get serious about learning this. I'm going to be responsible adult and keep my job for now, though. Yeah, absolutely, brother. Please do. So I can be here and my job gets in my way, my man. Nah, come on, brother. We need to be learning in our spare time. But I trust that you're going to make the good decision. But don't be goofing around with that, Anja. We got to stay focused here. Because you need the income so that you're not super stressed about this. Yeah, he said, I want to be responsible, though, keep my job for now. Okay, good. Yeah, because them bills going to keep coming. You still learning. What's up, TJ? I miss you, brother. Yeah. All right, guys. Live trading every single day at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you would like to join us, nqinsider.com. If you would like to join our community. 9, 10 a.m. in the morning from inside Discord. I'll be live tomorrow. Timestamp is 2:23. See you soon, bro. Absolutely. Guys, they're just goofing around. They're doing nothing. Guys, there's nothing here. You don't short this. Why? Because we're in a 15-minute BISI. You can't long this. Why? Because we're at the LOD. So you don't know what these people are getting ready to do. Later. Yeah, we'll see you tomorrow. Might do a giveaway tomorrow. I got to make a post, though. So I'll be on tomorrow morning for a few hours. Love y'all. Love you too, Zero. All right, guys, we'll catch you later. We got to end this live stream. Guys, but this is my passion. I love this. There's nothing more than I love doing in this world. All right, guys, I'll catch you later. Be safe. Seriously. All this aside. We got to go. We got to go.